Okay, I see live stream is up, just confirming. Live stream looks good. At this time, will sergeants please start their recordings?
PC recording is up.
Thank you. Cloud recording is up, and good morning, and welcome to today's remote New York City Council hearing of the Committee on Parks and Recreation. At this time, would all council members and staff please turn on their video? To minimize disruption, please place electronic devices on vibrate or silent mode. If you wish to submit testimony, you may do so at testimony@council.nyc.gov. Once again, that is testimony@council.nyc.gov. Thank you for your cooperation. We are ready to begin.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Shekhar Krishnan. I'm council member from Jackson Heights and Elmhurst, Queens, and the chair of our council's Committee on Parks and Recreation. Thank you all so much for joining our virtual hearing today before the council's Committee on Parks and Recreation. I would like to first acknowledge all my fellow council members and colleagues who are present today. We are joined by Council Member Marte, Council Member Menin, Council Member Holden, and Council Member Velasquez. Thank you so much for joining today's hearing. And Council Member Moya has also joined us as well. Thank you all so much for joining. With that, I'd like to begin with an opening statement to start off our hearing and set the agenda for today. Good morning and welcome to the Parks and Recreation Committee's hearing on the fiscal 2023 preliminary budget and the fiscal 2022 preliminary mayor's management report for the Department of Parks and Recreation. My name is Shekhar Krishnan and I'm the chair of the Committee on Parks and Recreation. Once again, we begin the budget process as mandated by the city charter that ultimately will culminate to the adoption of the fiscal 2023 budget. As such, today we will hear testimony from the Department of Parks and Recreation on its expense and capital budgets for fiscal 23. The department's proposed fiscal 2023 expense budget totals $557.1 million. This is $62.8 million, however, less than the fiscal 2022 adopted budget. In total, the proposed fiscal 2023 expense budget represents a little more than half of 1% of the entire proposed city budget of $98.5 billion. The department's proposed capital budget for fiscal 2022 through 2026 totals $5.9 billion, which represents approximately 6% of the city's total capital budget for 2022 to 2026. The committee looks forward to hearing the department's testimony on several important issues, including the recovery from the impact of COVID-19 on park services, the Job Training Participants or JTP program, the department's efforts to provide enjoyable parks for all, the status of its City Cleanup Core initiative, headcount changes, and the 5-year capital plan. Zooming out, we are also looking forward to hearing as a committee too about the importance of parks equity in our city to ensure that parks and green spaces, trees and playgrounds across all neighborhoods from the South Bronx to Queens, to Brooklyn, to Manhattan, to our playgrounds from NYCHA to all over the city receive the resources and services they desperately need. Our parks, the issue of parks in our city, is as much a climate justice issue as it is social justice, as it is for our public health and our mental health. And the pandemic has made clear how essential our parks are for our city and how crucial it is to have a budget that reflects how essential it is, specifically a budget of 1% or $1 billion for parks. That is the way to ensure that our budget reflects the vital importance of our parks for all New Yorkers, and the only way to begin the process of addressing long-standing systemic inequalities when it comes to green space, trees, and playgrounds in our city. These are the topics that we will visit today as a committee as part of this hearing that we look forward to hearing from our commissioner and our Parks Department on, and the topics that we will also pursue as well as a Parks Committee in the months ahead. Last year, the council successfully negotiated with the administration for the inclusion of $10 million to save the jobs of 150 maintenance workers in the fiscal 2022 adopted budget. Additionally, the fiscal 2022 adopted budget includes $20 million in one-year funding that the council negotiated with the administration and included in the fiscal 2022 adopted budget. These one-year funded items include $6 million for Park Enforcement Patrol, $4.1 million for Urban Park Rangers, $3.4 million for Green Thumb Gardens, $4.5 million for Forestry, Horticulture, and Natural Resources, and $2 million for tree stump removal. However, this funding was not baselined and therefore not included in the fiscal 2023 preliminary budget plan. But as we see, these funds are essential for the maintenance, continued operations, and support of our park staff. Although it is understandable that the current budget priorities are heavily focused on combating the pandemic, we can never forget that parks are critical infrastructure and are essential to our city's recovery efforts. Parks restore us. They've given us health and well-being. They're responsible for the health and well-being of our city. During the pandemic, in neighborhoods like mine in Jackson Heights and Elmhurst, where we have some of the least amount of open space in all of New York City, where we were also the epicenter of the pandemic. Our green spaces, our open spaces, though few in number, were places of refuge and restoration for us. This is a story told all over the city. During the past year and through the pandemic, our parks provided a break from cramped New York City apartments. They were a place to enjoy a walk and safely visit friends and family. And they were and continue to be essential to keeping our residents' physical and mental health in balance. As one news outlet, The Patch, once wrote, New York City parks have become people's everything. And we need a budget that reflects how they are essential and are our everything. As we head into warmer weather, we must remember that pandemic or not, parks, our trees, our playgrounds, our green spaces, our spaces that can be transformed into green spaces, are the key to healthy communities, to our city's resiliency, and to our fight against climate change. They are drivers of economic growth. They bring our communities together. They sustain our communities. This is an issue of public health and climate justice, as it is racial and immigrant justice. Investing in our parks is investing in our residents and our city's recovery. Lastly, bearing in mind the critical importance of parks and open spaces, it is my hope, it is my expectation that this administration will take the necessary steps to ensure that the city's public parks and parks programs are adequately funded in this budget and in all future budgets. As a city, we can do and we can afford no less. Thank you. I want to acknowledge that we've been joined by my colleague, Councilmember Jen Gutierrez. And I want to say a big thank you to our committee staff here in the council, especially Monica, Chima, and John of the Finance Division, Chris and Patrick of Legislative Division, and my own staff in my office here in the council too. Thank you all for helping us prepare for today's hearing. And now we will hear from Commissioner Donahue of the Department of Parks and Recreation. I want to welcome you, Commissioner, and thank you for taking the time today to provide us with your testimony and to answer our questions too. I will call on the committee counsel to please swear in the commissioner and her team. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Krishnan. My name is Chris Sartori, and I'm Senior Counsel to the Committee on Parks and Recreation. Before we begin, I'd just like to go over some quick procedural items, and I'd like to remind everyone that you will be on mute until you are recognized to speak, at which time you'll be unmuted by the Zoom host. If you mute yourself after you have been unmuted, you will need to be unmuted again by the host. Please be aware that there might be a delay in muting and unmuting, so bear with us and please be patient. During the hearing, if council members would like to ask questions of a specific panelist, please use the Zoom raise hand function and you'll be called on to speak in order. We will be limiting council member questions to 5 minutes per round, including responses. At this time, I will call on representatives of the Parks Department to testify. Appearing today for the Department of Parks and Recreation will be Commissioner Susan Donahue, First Deputy Commissioner Iris Rodriguez Rosa, Deputy Commissioner Therese Braddock, Deputy Commissioner Margaret Nelson, Deputy Commissioner Mark Vogt, Deputy Commissioner Joy Wang, Executive Financial Officer David Stark, Assistant Commissioner David Serran, Assistant Commissioner Jennifer Greenfeld, and Director of Government Relations Matt Shuri. At this time, I will administer the affirmation to each representative, and I will call on you each individually for a response. So please raise your right hands at this time. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions? Commissioner Donahue? One second, I believe you're still muted. Commissioner, please bear with us.
I do.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, and thank you. First Deputy Commissioner Rodriguez Rosa. Pardon us for 1 second. I think we're having a difficulty with the muting situation. Pardon us for 1 second, everybody. We're having a technical issue with the muting situation.
Yes.
We will restart this round in 1 second. Thank you. Please bear with us. Thank you. Okay, thank you for your patience. We can resume. I will just for the record, I will reissue the affirmation and start from the beginning just for the clarity of records. Thank you very much. Administration reps, please raise your right hand and I will issue the affirmation. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions? Commissioner Donahue.
I do.
Thank you. First Commissioner Rodriguez Rosa.
I do.
Thank you. Deputy Commissioner Braddock.
I do.
Thank you. Deputy Commissioner Nelson.
I do.
Thank you. Deputy Commissioner Vogt. Please bear with us 1 second. Thank you.
I do.
Thank you. Deputy Commissioner Wang.
I do.
Thank you. Executive Financial Officer Stark.
I do.
Thank you. Assistant Commissioner Saron.
I do.
Thank you. Assistant Commissioner Greenfield.
I do.
Thank you. And finally, Director Drury.
I do.
Thank you very much. And thank you again for bearing with us. At this time, I would like to invite Commissioner Donahue to present her testimony. Thank you again.
Wonderful. Thank you. Good morning, Chair Krishnan, members of the Parks Committee, and members of the Council. My name is Sue Donahue, and I'm pleased to testify for the first time as Commissioner of the New York City Department of Parks and Recreation. I'm joined today on this virtual panel by members of my great senior team here at the Parks Department, including our first Deputy Commissioner, Iris Rodriguez Rosa. Firstly, I want to congratulate all of you on being elected to office and for taking on this exciting commitment to public service. We look forward to working closely with the Council on making our city's park system the best that it can be. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to discuss the agency's preliminary budget for fiscal year 2023 and to provide an overview of our agency's mission to build and maintain our city's green and open spaces. Though most New Yorkers are familiar with many aspects of our park system, not everyone is aware of the full array of properties, programs, amenities, and facilities that make up New York City Parks' portfolio. So I'd like to spend a few minutes this morning providing you with some broader context about who we are and what we do as an agency. New York City Parks' primary responsibility is the stewardship of over 30,000 acres of green and open space, encompassing 5,000 individual properties, ranging from playgrounds and beaches to community gardens and natural areas. We operate and maintain over 800 athletic fields, 1,000 playgrounds, 1,800 basketball courts, 550 tennis courts, 65 public pools, over 50 recreational facilities, 15 nature centers, 23 historic houses, 1,200 monuments, dozens of recreational concessions, and 14 miles of beaches. We look after 700,000 trees along our city streets and over 2 million more trees located in parks and natural forests. These properties span the entire city, from the Conference House Park at the southernmost tip of Staten Island to Coney Island Beach and the Rockaways, to the forests of Van Cortlandt Park at the northernmost edge of the Bronx. Throughout our city's history, when New Yorkers have needed to exercise or space to enjoy with family and friends, find solace, or just relish some sorely needed quiet time and solitude, they have turned to our city parks. This reality, as the chair talked about earlier, became even more striking during the COVID-19 pandemic, as more and more people came to rely on our public spaces, especially as other alternatives for relaxation and recreation became increasingly rare. In New York City, parks have always been our backyards, but in the past 2 years, they became, as noted earlier and by the patch, they became our everything, our outdoor classrooms, our gyms, our places of quiet reflection, and our spaces to safely connect with friends and family. Though the last 2 years have been a challenging time for our city and also our agency, our incredible, dedicated employees have risen to the occasion, working extraordinarily hard to maintain our properties and preserve the exceptional benefits that New Yorkers have come to expect from our park system. Through their hard work, many have come to recognize what some of us have always known. Our parks and open spaces are critical city infrastructure, and as such are absolutely vital to the health, happiness, and well-being of all New Yorkers. Our agency's efforts demonstrate our strong commitment to equity and fairness as we collectively reckon with the injustices of the past while looking ahead to the future. Additionally, these efforts need to be guided by our city's commitment to long-term resiliency and sustainability in the face of global climate change. Out in our parks, we strive to maximize our resources and work smarter to provide the amenities and level of service that New Yorkers have come to expect. During a time of significantly increased park use, we are proud to have provided safe and clean parks and playgrounds. We just recently, on Saturday night, celebrated the 40th anniversary of the creation of our incredible Parks Enforcement Patrol Division, our PEP officers. They provide a strong and friendly uniformed presence, keeping our parks safe and educating visitors about our park rules. Our maintenance and operations staff works tirelessly to maintain and improve park conditions, and they deliver. Our parks inspection program conducts thousands of independent, detailed park inspections throughout the year. And I'm pleased to report that the preliminary ratings for park cleanliness and overall condition for our current fiscal year are showing significant improvement over the challenging period we faced in fiscal year 21. This was due in large part to the hard work of over 3,200 parks employees provided by the City Cleanup Corps program, made possible by an infusion of federal COVID relief funding. Our public programs team, including recreation and the Urban Park Rangers, offer an incredible variety of free indoor and outdoor programs across the city, including nature education, arts, photography, media education, aquatics, fitness, and sports. After being closed for 18 months, we reopened our recreation center doors to all members of the public and introduced free recreation center membership for young adults. This expansion means that anyone aged 24 or younger can now access all of our great centers and the incredible program they offer, completely free of charge. Our Arts and Antiquities Division focuses on the cleaning and care of close to 600 permanent artworks and monuments and arranges dozens of temporary art exhibitions for the public to enjoy throughout the city. Our historic houses offer incredible programming opportunities at houses like the Morris Jamel Mansion Museum, the Dyckman Farmhouse Museum, and the Edgar Allan Poe Cottage, ensuring all New Yorkers can learn about our city's history firsthand and enjoy these significant historical spaces. Over the past year, our Partnerships for Park Division, a joint effort with the City Parks Foundation, coordinated the participation of 21,000 volunteers in 1,200 safely organized service projects, many at COVID relief priority neighborhoods. To keep our local community gardens healthy and thriving, our Green Thumb staff distributed 100,000 free plants and over 2,000 cubic yards of free topsoil to our community garden groups. Green Thumb was also able to add 3 brand new community gardens to our portfolio of 550 registered gardens and utilize funding generously provided by this City Council to renovate and upgrade dozens of these beloved green spaces. Meanwhile, our Forestry Division continues to focus on the care of our urban tree canopy, planting thousands of trees in parks and along streets in heat-vulnerable neighborhoods, so that all New Yorkers can enjoy the numerous environmental and health benefits that trees provide. Our Natural Resource Group was able to continue its important mission of conserving New York City's natural resources through management, restoration, and advocacy, advancing the city's commitment to sustainability. We offered online and in-class learning and expanded volunteer participation in stewarding young street trees with the help of Summer Youth Employment Program, students working alongside our stewardship team. Last week, I was so pleased to stand alongside Mayor Adams in Saratoga Park in Brownsville as we announced that we will be starting more than 100 construction projects that were paused during the procurement process due to the COVID-19 pandemic. 65% of which are in underserved neighborhoods as identified by the Task Force on Racial Inclusion and Equity. These projects cover a range of parks and boroughs, from Chelsea Park in Manhattan to McCarran Park in Brooklyn to Ewan Park in the Bronx. Faced with a significant backlog of projects during COVID, our Capital Division carefully strategized how to proceed. I'm pleased to report that 85% of the backlogged projects have either progressed to construction or been awarded a construction contract. And to help get these projects done, we are building on our strong record of recruiting and utilizing minority and women-owned business enterprises. Under this new administration, we are committed to expanding access and building equitable and sustainable parks in communities in need. As we know, every community deserves a park they can be proud of, and it shouldn't depend on what zip code you live in or how much money you make. We also know that parks play a vital role in protecting us against the effects of climate change. So we're building sustainably, using recycled and resilient materials, incorporating stormwater management in our designs to help reduce flooding, and planting and greening wherever possible. This dedication to sustainability means we need to expand access to our waterfronts and invest in our greenways. We are advancing major investments along the East River Esplanade and other waterfronts alongside our agency partners such as DDC and EDC. And we recently were pleased to partner with DOT to conduct our Destination Greenways conceptual planning study to improve pedestrian and bicycle access along greenway routes in Southwest Brooklyn and Eastern Queens. As the city continues its recovery from the worst of the COVID pandemic and the weather improves, we expect that park usage will again surge greatly in upcoming months, which can certainly lead to litter and maintenance challenges. Our incredible staff will continue to work their hardest, but we need all New Yorkers to join us and to do their part to keep our shared public spaces in the best condition possible. We very much welcome a return to normalcy, but hope that New Yorkers will remember that parks were there for them in the city's darkest hour, and remember to treat public spaces with the love and respect they deserve. Turning to the specific topic for this hearing, this year's preliminary budget remains relatively cautious in light of the ongoing economic impacts faced by the city. However, it still gives our agency the resources we need to continue getting the job done. The agency's preliminary expense budget includes $557 million in funding this year for our operational needs. The preliminary 10-year capital plan, including the current fiscal year, provides a total parks capital budget of $7.2 billion. Reflecting the city's dedication to keeping our park portfolio in the best condition possible. I'll close by noting that 2022 happens to be the 200th anniversary of the birth of Frederick Law Olmsted, who essentially created the modern discipline of landscape architecture. Along with his partner Calvert Vaux, Olmsted reshaped the landscape of New York through his designs of parks throughout the city, including Brooklyn's Prospect Park, which I had the privilege of managing for the last several years. He liked to describe parks as providing a sense of enlarged freedom. And when New Yorkers have needed that space and that sense of enlarged freedom for their physical, mental, and emotional well-being, our city parks have been there for them. We at Parks are humbled that parks have helped provide comfort for so many in the face of so much loss and pain. And we're proud to have the opportunity to continue to impact the daily lives of millions of New Yorkers. I want to thank Mayor Adams for giving me the incredible privilege of helping guide this agency into the future, and the opportunity to work with each of you to support great parks and open spaces for all New Yorkers. Many of you are already familiar with our incredible borough commissioners and their district teams who work alongside our dedicated central agency division staff to deliver for New Yorkers every single day. We are always available to answer questions and address concerns from your offices, and are happy to hear your thoughts on any topic, whether it regards a local park in your district or a citywide agency policy. New York City Parks looks forward to a close partnership with this council and to create a bright, green future with a more equitable, inclusive, and resilient park system. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. Following our panel, we look forward to listening to the public's testimony via the council's live stream. But first, we'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner. And at this point, I will turn it over to Chair Krishnan to ask any questions he may have. Chair Krishnan.
Thank you so much, Chris. Before turning to questions, just wanted to also acknowledge that we've been joined by some other colleagues as well. Councilmember Narcisse was on before too, Councilmember Dinowitz, Councilmember Carr, Councilmember Aviles, Councilmember Mealy, and Councilmember Ressler. Commissioner, I first want to say thank you so much, not only for your testimony today, but for all your years of advocacy around parks issues in our city and parks equity. And I'm particularly appreciative too that in starting, and soon after starting, not only did we meet, but you also came out to visit our district in Jackson Heights and Elmhurst and walk around to see our issues, as well as Flushing Meadows, Corona Park 2 hosted all the Queens Council members. So I do believe that being out there, visiting our spaces, visiting our communities far from City Hall too, is one of the most effective ways to see the issues on the ground. And I appreciate your commitment to doing so.
Absolutely.
I'd like to begin with some questions following up on your testimony. And of course, say as well, congratulations on your very well-deserved appointment. Stepping back for a second, as we think about the budget and the fiscal year, my first question is, what is your vision of parks equity in this city and the department's operations, especially when it comes to maintenance? What do you see overall in coming into this role as your vision on these issues for our park system?
Thank you, Chair Krishnan, and appreciate the question. As you know, the Parks Department has a long-standing history of seeking innovative ways to ensure safe, equitable access to our parks. Equity is an extremely important value to our mayor and to this administration and to me personally. Equity in terms of park access for us means equity in terms of access to space, equitable planting of trees across the city, equitable access to the maintenance of our parks. We really want our spaces to be welcoming to all. And so when we think about equity, we're thinking about that across the board in terms of both our park spaces, our building, our tree planting. We look to really look at under-resourced areas that don't have the canopy coverage that we'd like. And through programs such as our Community Parks Initiative, where we're looking to target resources in previously underserved areas, or our Parks Without Borders initiative is another good example, where we're looking to open up our parks, make them more welcoming from all sides. When we look at park space, we're not looking at just the confines of the parkland, but we're looking at the streets. We're looking at how we're opening up and engaging the public. We think about equity in terms of our recreational programs that we offer. That's why many of our programs aren't confined just indoors to the recreation centers themselves, but they're outdoors. We're taking them outside to engage as much of the public as possible. So we have a very, very broad view of equity, an expansive view of equity, and it's something they're really committed to expanding upon through innovative use of space, to looking at all open space across the city, for how we can partner with other agencies and how we can expand access to green space for all New Yorkers. Because as you said earlier on, Chair Krishnan, as I said in my testimony, we know that it's vital to the health and well-being of New Yorkers. So we want to make that access to green and open space as expansive as possible.
And I appreciate your perspective and City Hall's perspective on thinking first about equity and also about the way in which all of these issues tie together, thinking about parks as from our playgrounds, our green spaces, to our trees, as well as to our streets as well. Turning over to the budget, we are looking at a fiscal 2023 budget that is about $557 million, including $434 million for personal services. That is, and it's no secret from all our advocacy, far less and disappointing, because when we come out of this pandemic, given how essential our parks are, how we all share the vision of parks equity, it is far less than the work that many of us and many parks advocates have been doing for years to make it $1 billion or 1% for parks. It does not match the mayor's and City Hall stated commitment to making sure that we can fund our parks at $1 billion or 1%. So my first question is really, given the goals that we have, given the work that needs to be done coming out of this pandemic, how does the administration explain the discrepancy between the stated goal, the necessary goal, and a budget proposal that falls far short of that? In fact, falls, it's less than what it was during 1970s, during New York City's fiscal crisis.
Thank you, Chair Krishnan, and I appreciate you raising this. First off, I also really appreciate the council's support and focus and support for parks and investment in parks. It's incredibly important. I would stress, in terms of this present budget, it is understandably, it's cautious, it's conservative, given where the city is and coming out of this phase of COVID and the pandemic. But I would also emphasize that it's just the beginning of the conversation. We're early on in this process, and we're going to be working hard with OMB and with the administration, and frankly with all of you. It is an administration that we know. I know personally from my time in Brooklyn. It's an administration that cares deeply about parks and open space, and it's a conversation that we will be continuing to have in terms of the budget.
And so, given where things are right now, what's being proposed, let's take a closer look at how the budget will impact different areas. So in terms of, given the budget of $557 million that's being proposed, what are the department's budget priorities with these funds?
So our priorities remain consistent. Clean and safe parks, well-maintained parks is always a top priority for the administration and for the agency. What we talked about earlier in terms of access, continuing to provide welcoming, accessible programming through our recreation centers. As I said in my testimony, we were so pleased to be able to offer free programming now to anyone 24 and under, knowing how important access to recreation is for young people across the city. We are continuing to prioritize on our natural resources area, on our tree planting efforts, continuing to prioritize tree planting across the city. So clean and safe parks, continued greening. We are very focused on reform of the capital process, and that's something that I'm going to be very focused on working on moving forward. And really maintaining our parks and green spaces to the degree that New Yorkers are accustomed.
And so, given those goals too, how does the budget that's being proposed currently support the urgent needs on the ground, such as increased overall condition, maintenance, and cleanliness of our smaller parks, the improved timeline for capital projects in terms of the commitments and completion? How will this budget help to advance those goals?
Well, we're really, in terms of cleanliness and our rating, there's no doubt that with COVID in 2020 and 2021, we suffered through some challenging times, but I'm really pleased to report, thanks to the incredibly hard work of our dedicated maintenance and operations staff on the ground. In the last our cleanliness ratings have seen an increase in this fiscal year. We've seen improvements in that area. We do have a very healthy capital budget and have a number of significant projects moving forward. As I said, I was so pleased 2 Sundays ago to be with the mayor in Saratoga Park. We announced the start of construction of 100 new capital projects across the city. 65% of those are in areas that were targeted by the Commission on Racial Justice and Equity, and 50% of those projects are going to be conducted with MWBE contractors. So we are actively moving forward in all areas with this budget.
And so given those programs and initiatives that are moving forward and those goals as well, should we expect the mayor to put his imprint on neighborhood parks in the executive plan by increasing both the expense and capital budget for parks?
We will be absolutely, and this mayor will be putting his imprint on the capital plan through continuation of our city parks initiative, which is one that has been so important. We identified initially 67 parks that were part of that. And the idea was to be able to target resources and park investment in small community parks across the city. With those initial, I'm pleased to say that 64 out of 67 of those projects have been moved and are completed. And with the CPI initiative, the important thing to remember is that's both the reconstruction and renovation of park spaces in these small community playgrounds and spaces, but it's also marries with it partnerships on the ground with community groups for programming, for increased usage, increased community engagement. That program is continuing. We're so pleased to get $500 million in our budget to be able to add 10 new CPI sites each year. And so those sites will be moving forward, and it's very much an important way that we'll be able to, and that this administration will be able to expand its reach and expand its investment in the small community playgrounds across the city.
Mm-hmm. And how is your conversation going with the administration on expanding funding for neighborhood parks? Should we expect any change in the executive plan?
We look to absolutely continue the conversation with the administration, and it is an active one. We have a very active capital plan and capital projects, many capital projects moving forward. As I said earlier, these 100 projects that we just announced 2 weeks ago will have an impact across the city.
Thank you. And in sum, closing out this section of questions, what is the administration's willingness and openness to continue the discussions to increasing the parks budget to the urgent and very timely goal, a necessary goal of 1% or $1 billion for parks in this budget?
As I said earlier, thank you, Chair Krishnan. As I said earlier, this is an administration that's very committed to parks and open space. We know that, we have seen that. The mayor has talked about that very publicly. As I said, it's early on in the conversations, but we're working hard and having those conversations with OMB, with the administration, and moving productively forward.
And look forward to continuing those conversations as well in the months ahead, both on our behalf as a committee and as a council too. Let's moving on to federal funding for COVID response and recovery. In the fiscal 2022 budget, we recognize an additional amount of federal funding in the amount of $65 million, of which the majority was for COVID-19 response and recovery. However, federal funding in Department of Parks' budget for fiscal 2023 is less than $3 million. What has been the role of Department of Parks and Recreation in terms of the response and recovery from the pandemic?
Thank you, Chair Krishnan. And I think you said it so well earlier in your opening statement. Our parks and open spaces played a critical role in the city's recovery from the pandemic, and we know will continue to do so. We remained open and accessible and will continue to do that so that all New Yorkers had places where they could go and feel safe and gather with friends and family. The FY23 preliminary budget does reflect, as I said, a cautious and thoughtful approach as our city recovers from this pandemic, but still gives our agency the resources needed to get the job done. The mayor and this administration is absolutely committed to improving our city's parks and maintaining the state of good repair that our parks properties demand. And we look forward to continuing to work with the mayor, OMB, and the city council to shape the final budget as the process moves forward.
And do you believe you have sufficient available resources in FY23 to pursue your COVID-19 recovery efforts?
Thank you, Chair Krishnan. We do. We absolutely are. Our agency has a long history of working smart and efficiently, and we absolutely plan to continue to provide the service needed on the ground. Yes, absolutely.
Now, two areas where we noticed significant reductions in the city budget from last year, making up, in fact, most of the cuts from this year, were with the City Cleanup Corps program and the one-shot funding for parks maintenance staff. And I want to explore each of these topics. When it comes to the City Cleanup Corps program, the Parks Department was the biggest beneficiary of this program citywide, as you know, allowing parks to hire so far 3,500 staff. Can you give us a status update on the City Cleanup Corps initiative?
Yes, absolutely. And thank you. There is no doubt, as you said, the City Cleanup Corps initiative was extremely valuable, federally funded program, extremely valuable and helpful for the Parks Department. That staff was distributed equally across all the 5 boroughs, and they helped us with all aspects of maintenance and operations, from painting benches to picking up litter. Absolutely extremely valuable force to be deployed in our parks. Because it was federally funded, that initiative will end as of July 1, but we were certainly really thankful and we're able to deploy those resources effectively on the ground.
And so given that the resources and the funds will end by July 1, what is the status? What will be the status of the workers as of July 1st with this new fiscal budget?
It's an excellent question, and thank you. We will work hard to absorb ones that we can, and they will absolutely, they will be employed with us through July 1, and then unfortunately we will not be able to keep them on staff beyond that.
Well, it's our hope too and expectation as a council that we'll work with the administration to ensure that that doesn't happen, because that program is a crucial program and reflects one of the biggest cuts to the parks budget. How many dedicated staff to this program are still working with the Department of Parks and Recreation? And what do you think is the right number of staff needed to continue this program, and how much would that cost?
I'm going to hand that over to David Stark to get to the exact numbers in terms of the numbers that are still employed, our executive budget officer. I will say that I'm pleased to report that we did just receive approval of our seasonal plan. So that will, in addition, provide very much needed resources, entry-level maintenance and operations positions that will be vital to cleaning our parks this summer. But David, do you want to I'll hand it over to you just to answer in terms of specific numbers.
Sure. Good morning. And we have approximately 1,500 staff that are in the City Cleaning Corps, and many of them we will try to move into our seasonal plan. As Sue said, they will be starting mid-April, and those lines will run to the middle of September, so we can extend some people that way, and they'll be seen at our pools and beaches.
Thank you, David. And how successful, in your mind, Commissioner, has this program been? Do you expect the program to become permanent?
Because it was, thank you, Chair Krishnan, for the question. Because it was a specific federally funded program, the City Cleanup Corps, I don't expect that it would become permanent, although it does mirror much of what we do on a seasonal basis through our traditional maintenance and operations efforts. So some of the, as David said, some of the individuals will be absorbed into the seasonal program, and we will continue that work as we do on the ground throughout the summer with that base amount of maintenance and operations workers.
And in addition to my serious concerns about the workers and the continued status of the workers as of July 1st, there's also the concern of the continued maintenance operations of the park as well, were this program not to be continue to be funded. And so how is the Department of Parks thinking about continuing the maintenance services that were so well done and so necessary during the pandemic through the City Cleanup Corps program?
Yes, absolutely. And thank you for the question. We are, as I said in my testimony, so committed to the ongoing cleanliness and maintenance of our parks. We've consistently, pandemic aside, have very strong ratings in terms of cleanliness of our park system. And it's something that we monitor very closely every day. I'm going to just hand it over to Deputy Commissioner Mark Folk to talk a little bit more about that, about our maintenance and operations on the ground.
Thank you, Commissioner, and good morning, Chair. As David just mentioned, we just received notification over the weekend that our entire seasonal plan has been funded, which is a great boost to the agency. So many of the CCC staff members will move into our seasonal plan and providing us with a full seasonal complement. It basically takes our staffing levels back to pre-pandemic. So you think about the summer of 2019, summer of 2018 and summer of 2019, we achieved our highest ratings in the last 20 years of the agency for both cleanliness and structural conditions. So I'm confident that with our fully funded seasonal plan, we'll be able to maintain our park system at a very high level this summer. Thank you.
And thank you, Deputy Commissioner. Just two follow-up questions. Can you just go into a little more detail again about the funding for the seasonal plan program and the work that it'll do, so we can all have a clearer sense of what work it'll accomplish?
Mark, yeah,
okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, certainly. So each year we bring in thousands of seasonal staff members in maintenance and operations, and it allows us to do two things. It allows us to run a full 7-day operation, and it also allows us to run 2 full shifts, which means we can generally run from 7 a.m. to 9 or 10 p.m. 7 days a week, which means we're providing coverage to clean up in those critical late afternoon, early evening hours with longer daylight hours and warmer temperatures, more people in the parks. We have 2 shifts and fully funded 7 days a week. So that allows us to keep basically on top of the trash and litter and other conditions that result from the heavy use we see in the summer. And that is largely done through the addition of our seasonal staff. So having that staff approved this weekend, funding approved this weekend, will allow us to get back to those levels.
And assuming only 1,000 workers can be absorbed, how much will it cost to fund the remaining 500?
Mark, do you want to take that, or David?
I think that's a question for David.
So it's around $20 million if we were to keep them through next year. But once again, you know, our beaches and pools are also a big part of the seasonal plan, and hiring lifeguards are a big part of our seasonal plan. Parks peak season, we're like a new agency where the workload doubles. And once again, we can scale the program at any level. We started with 3,200 through attrition and finding other jobs. We're down to 1,500 now, and we can be successful at any point.
Well, I do.
47 is a big part of that program, and they represent all the employees in the program.
Well, I hope to see more information from the Parks Department too on how we can ensure this program and all the workers who are part of it continue to be funded as well, because the program has been a vital part of our green spaces across our city too. And as I mentioned before, the cuts to the program are a significant part of the reduction, but will have very real, tangible human impacts on the ground too. Thank you for the information. Moving on to the next topic, another area where there's been significant cuts to the program has been the one-shot funding for parks maintenance staff. Last year, during the budget negotiations, the council advocated for a $10 million fund for parks workers. That included $5 million as federal stimulus to support 150 maintenance workers. Commissioner, can you please help us as a committee understand the importance of both the workers and this one-shot funding for parks maintenance?
Yes, absolutely. And thank you, Chair Krishna. And this was such an important addition, absolutely, of park maintenance staff. As you said, it supported 150 CPWs, city parks workers, 100 CPWs, and 50 gardeners. And the positions were equitably distributed across the boroughs using district performance data. So we placed them where they were most needed. We also assigned 9 of them to recreation and 2 to our arts and antiquities division. So they were absolutely vital to the operation. And the gardeners helped us, and we distributed the gardeners based on kind of percentage of planted areas in different districts. So they were absolutely important to the operation, helping us get more done on the ground in terms of cleaning, maintenance, litter, and also caring for our gardens.
And given the crucial importance of their work across the city, 150 CPWs, about 2 CPWs per council district, 1 gardener per council district, this was a hugely successful and crucial program for achieving parks equity and making sure our green spaces throughout our city were taken care of. So how can you explain, Commissioner, why this funding was not baselined by the administration in the FY23 preliminary budget?
Absolutely, yes. And thank you for the question. As I said, I'll go back to, by necessity, this is a thoughtful and cautious budget. All agencies needed to take reductions coming out of COVID. It's been a difficult time for the city and the city's economy. So we needed to take those cuts as well as the other agencies. We are extremely thoughtful, as I said, and always in terms of how we distribute staff. We do not anticipate we'll have service disruptions. We'll continue to place staff where they're needed and distribute them equitably across the boroughs.
And so given were we to lose this one-shot funding, and if it's not baselined, what do you anticipate to be the future of the 150 maintenance workers come July 1st if this additional funding is not restored?
We will look to do, as I said, absorb any that we can through the hiring we'll be doing through our seasonal plan. We'll work with partners. We will look to deploy them as we can and as possible.
And what will be the impact on parks maintenance?
We will work really hard to make up for those individuals. We'll deploy folks in the areas where needed. We don't anticipate there'll be service impacts.
And what were the metrics used to come up with this determination?
In terms of
just
clarify.
Sure. At this point, if we don't have the one-shot funding for parks, to know that the maintenance services will continue, that there will be no change on day-to-day operations. How was the Parks Department able to come up with that determination?
As I said, we have a long history of just working innovatively and utilizing all resources at our disposal, including help from partner organizations, volunteers. We look to gather as much help as we can. That's why stewardship and awareness of assisting and maintaining our public spaces is so important. So we will, as we always have, look to deploy the resources we have as efficiently as possible. That's why we have extensive systems looking at where we have coverage and where it's needed, but we'll also garner as much support as we can from the public, from volunteers, to help add to our inputs in terms of maintaining our parks.
If we were able to secure funding to greatly expand the zone management model of maintenance in additional large parks, are there certain parks or districts where this staff could be deployed more quickly?
Yes, we've actually, and thank you for the question. It's something that we've looked at very closely, and we had a pilot program in Crotona Park in the Bronx where we implemented the zone management system. We know that's an effective system. It does require both bodies and vehicles, but it is something that we'd like to expand and that different districts across the city are aware of and have looked at and would be able to do. Absolutely.
And can you explain why all eligible playgrounds are not staffed with a program associate?
Yes, absolutely. And thank you for the question. We have over 1,000 playgrounds, and one, it's just a matter of coverage. But secondarily, it's also a matter of not all of those playgrounds have facilities, literally a building for a staffer to hang their hat or put their lunch. And so it's difficult for us to have staffing in every single facility. That's why we utilize mobile crews and look to cover some of our playgrounds in that way.
Well, I'd like to put on the record here too that in addition to the vital importance of the continuation of the City Cleanup Corps program, that this one-shot funding for parks maintenance staff is crucial. It needs to be baselined. It affects 150 workers that do vital maintenance operations for the parks. And with the loss of $5 million from pandemic funding that helps sustain this, it should be the administration that puts in the other $5 million to ensure that this $10 million worth of funds can continue. The next topic that I'd like to cover is on the Parks Equity Initiative that we have here in the City Council. Last year, we allocated over $5.1 million for the Parks Equity Initiative program, of which nearly $800,000 went to support the City Parks Foundation efforts on programming in smaller parks. Can you detail for the committee the significance of the council's Park Equity Initiative funding to the department? How important was it for your operations?
Thank you, Chair Krishnan, and it was extremely important, and we greatly appreciate the council's support of this initiative. It really allows us to expand our reach, offer more programming on the ground, engage more individuals and city residents. It means things like more movie nights. It means things like more active recreation programming on the ground. It also is extremely beneficial to our partner organizations. It allows them to expand their reach. We rely on our partners. They're critical to helping us in programming in different parks. City Parks Foundation, such a prime example. They provide great programming throughout the city. So it absolutely is important funding and funding that we very much appreciate. And it's an important program, absolutely, for us in terms of programming and engaging New York City residents.
Would you say that it's been an important part of ensuring that we're working towards parks equity in this city and the equitable allocation of resources?
Absolutely, Chair Krishnan. Yes, as I said, it allows us to expand access, expand programming in small parks, community playgrounds across the city, and really expand our reach. As the head of a former partner organization, I know directly the impact of the Parks Equity Initiative. It was extremely beneficial for us in Prospect Park to be able to do more, and I know in many parks across the city it's the same.
And your wealth of experience and knowledge in this area is greatly appreciated too, and especially in highlighting how important this initiative is. Can you give us a status update on the initiative program? Is the program meeting its goals? How is it doing?
In terms of the Parks Equity Initiative specifically?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yes, absolutely. As I said, it allows us to expand our reach and reach into small parks and playgrounds across the city, and working with partner organizations. We see them very, very ably using the funding to be able to provide more programming in parks. We work closely with the City Parks Foundation. We know of their reach on the ground in parks throughout and across the city. So absolutely, it does help us to expand equitable access, provide more. As I said earlier, we're about providing welcoming spaces for the public to enjoy no matter where you are. And this initiative certainly helps us to do that.
Mm-hmm. And moving on to our parks workers, as a result of the council's negotiation with the administration, the fiscal 2022 adopted budget included about $20 million in new funding to support improved park operations. This included the allocation of $4 million for additional 50 urban park rangers and $6 million to hire additional 80 PEP officers. Are all of these positions currently filled?
Yes, thank you for the question. All of the positions are currently filled. And as I said, we are so appreciative of the funding for both our urban park rangers and our PEP officers. They are out there in parks helping to educate New Yorkers about nature and wildlife in our parks, helping to educate New Yorkers about following park rules. As I mentioned in my testimony, we just over the weekend celebrated the 40th anniversary of the formation of our Parks Enforcement Patrol Division. Extremely important presence out there, ambassadors for parks in their green uniforms in parks across the city.
And how many park rangers and PEP officers are funded currently in the fiscal 23 budget? And what is that budget?
I am going to answer that specific question, I'm going to hand it over to Margaret Nelson, our Deputy Commissioner for Public Programs, who oversees the Rangers and PEP specifically. Margaret?
Hi, and thank you for that question. For FY23, there are 57 Rangers funded. And for PEP, it is 233 PEP officers funded.
Thank you. And so the staffing from the initial council funding in the last year's budget, that is included and will continue in the FY23 budget as well, correct?
Margaret, you're on mute.
I did not mute myself that time. So yeah, the one shot provided by the council was not baseline, so that is not included in the numbers that I just gave you.
I see. So those are separate.
Yes, yes. And again, we appreciate those one-shot funding. As Sue said, the Rangers and the PEP officers really provided a tremendous service to the city this year. And so we look forward to those negotiations.
Yes, our parks could not continue and be maintained or operated without our workers every day who are ensuring that they are the restorative places, the green spaces they need to be. Thank you for the information. I'd like to move over now to our capital projects. The Department of Parks capital plan decreases over the 5-year plan from FY22 to FY26. I think just taking a step back for a second, this is an area that I've been, and Commissioner, you know well too, that I've been very, and will continue to be very vocal about as well. The capital process, it should be a lot easier in our city to build parks and to ensure the parks are done on a quicker timeline, but also contain things like our parks bathrooms shouldn't cost so much money. And despite all the money poured into them, oftentimes are for example, don't have a changing station for parents of young children, or are not well maintained either. You can compare the way in which the schools and the way they're constructed moves a lot faster than parks do. Often the running joke among council members is that you'll put money in for a park in a capital budget, but you won't see the park constructed till long after. And I know that that's the case even in parks in a park in my district as well, that it took many years to do. So the pandemic has only made that situation more urgent in terms of finding a remedy. Given how essential our green spaces were, the importance of making sure we have a capital process for parks that is much more efficient, much more effective, and much more cost effective is even heightened now. And so just as a first question, how has the pandemic impacted the parks capital programs?
Thank you for the question and appreciate the focus on our capital process. And I would just say that it is a city capital process, not just the Parks Department. We have to work very closely, and there's many different agencies involved in our building and construction process. But our capital staff, as you know, works tirelessly to improve and build and improve our parks and playgrounds across the city in a timely and efficient manner. Deputy Commissioner Braddock and her team have worked hard to look and seek out every single efficiency possible in the system. And it's absolutely a priority of mine as well to continue to look for improvements in the Parks capital project process and work closely with the administration, with all the various agencies that are involved in this process. So in terms specifically of a question about COVID, there is no doubt we saw significant impacts in our capital process due to COVID, both from the state pause, where there was no construction at all in the city for 3 months, and then where we were really impacted, whereas we had a number of projects in procurement, in the procurement phase, that were stalled in that procurement phase, 400 projects, really from March 20 to March 2021. And so that has had a significant impact, but the staff has worked really hard to strategize about how we can now continue to move that forward. That's why we were so pleased to be able to announce the 100 projects moving into construction. That's an indication of our efforts to really proactively move forward and move forward the construction process.
Thank you. And I also want to say a special thank you to Deputy Commissioner Braddock as well, because it was under your leadership and work that we were able to renovate Traverse Park, our only park in Jackson Heights, and make it the beautiful green space where on any summer day, every inch of the park is used. And we're very happy for it as a community too. So going back to the capital budget itself for FY23, the change in DPR's capital budget between FY23 preliminary and fiscal 2022 adopted represents a decrease of about 30%. And even more, the variance of $300 million between the capital budget in FY22 and FY23. Can you help us understand why such a significant decrease?
Yes, absolutely. And I'm glad that you raised that. And thank you, Chair Krishnan, because we actually at the Parks Department, we have a very significant and very healthy and huge capital budget. As I said in my testimony, it's over $7 billion. That decrease you're seeing is really not a decrease. That decrease is we actively move capital money out of the budget into out years based on when the construction is actually starting. So it doesn't mean that the capital budget has decreased. It means that money has been moved based on when the project's actually going to go into construction.
And so in the past, the Department of Parks has struggled to keep up its capital commitment rate each year. Given its history, and given already all the delays in the capital process, do you believe that a further cut to the budget is warranted and will not have a further harmful impact on the capital process?
So thank you for the question. And to be clear, we haven't had a cut to the budget. We've just moved money within the budget. There is definitely concern in terms of just COVID impacts so many things in terms of construction across the city. That's not limited just to parks. That's every agency will be impacted absolutely because of delays during COVID, and we're concerned about that. But we are actively strategizing and have been for the last many months in terms of how we can continue to move those projects forward. And I do have to note, I know that it can be frustrating, there can be delays, but I just do have to note that the mayor's management report for FY21 demonstrated that New York City Parks construction completions were actually 85% on time or early and 93% within budget. So just have to point that out, our MMR numbers.
And I appreciate that too. And of course, I think, what the acceptable timeline is, and, whether the timeline itself needs to be adjusted or accelerated, I think is part of the question too, as that can affect, whether it's on time or not. But Commissioner, I do, in terms of talking about the budget adjustment or however you want to call it in terms of this variance too, will this action have an impact on capital projects? And how many projects will be impacted?
You mean are moving the money to a fiscal year? Mm-hmm. No, it should not impact the capital process or impact the schedule.
Okay, thank you. I do look forward to working with you and the leadership of the Parks Department to find ways to improve our capital process. It is a concern, and I think that there are ways that we can make it more both innovative and especially, as I said, more cost efficient and cost effective too.
We absolutely agree and look forward to working with you on that as well.
Same. Let's go to the second to last topic we have, which is on our community parks initiative. The CPI program, through it, the city invested $318 million to complete capital reconstruction of an anticipated 67 parks. Again, in fall 2021, $425 million was baseline in capital funding for continuing the CPI program, and it was announced that the de Blasio administration would be allocating $50 million annually to complete renovations at 10 sites per year going forward. Any update on the department's progress with the Community Parks Initiative? How has it been going?
It's been going quite well, and thank you for asking about this important initiative for us here at Parks. As you said, the initial CPI allocation was, we had 67 projects that went into construction through the Community Parks Initiative, and I'm pleased to report 63 of 67 of those are now complete. And as I said earlier, what's so important is that it's not just the construction, it's also through our Partnership for Parks organizations, building programming and building more welcoming and accessible spaces on the ground. With the newest allocation, which we were thrilled to receive, the $500 million in baseline funding, as you mentioned, the first 10 sites were, and we have announced those first 10 sites. 3 projects have started design thus far with, community input meetings, which are so important to us across the board at Parks, and in particular with these community parks initiatives. We want it to be that we're hearing from and working with the community on what they want to see in these locations. And the remaining 7 projects are expected to start design by mid-2022, sorry.
And can you provide a list of the 10 new parks selected in FY 2022?
We absolutely can. Do you want that right now, or should we provide that after the testimony?
If you have it available now, if not, it's fine to provide it afterwards too.
I'm quite sure that my team on this call has a list of those. David, would that be you, Saron? Thank you.
Sure. Thank you for the question, Chair Krishnan. So for the Bronx, it's Chief Dennis L. Devlin Park, and also Pontiac Playground, and also Horseshoe Playground. For Brooklyn, it's Jerome Playground, Mark and Jason's Playground. And for Manhattan, it's Annabelle Avila's Playground, Detective Omar Edwards, Dream Street, and McCrae Playground. For Queens, it's Hoffman Playground. And for Staten Island, it's Lieutenant Leah Playground.
Great, thank you very much. And if you're able to send over to our committee the list as well, I'd be much appreciated. But thank you for the information, and looking forward to seeing the work on these parks as well. When will the second set of 10 project sites be selected, Commissioner? And I'm assuming that community input will continue for that selection process as well?
Absolutely, Chair Krishnan, and thank you for asking. As we're designing the sites, it's absolutely imperative that we have input from the local community on the design of those parks. We know that people living locally have the best ideas and know what they want in those parks, so we absolutely encourage community input. In terms of the selection of the sites themselves, that is based on extensive research and data collection that we did internally, that looked at a set of established criteria. It looked at parks across the system that hadn't had a significant capital investment in over 25 years. And then also marrying with that data around under-resourced neighborhoods, poverty levels. So that is what led to that's what leads to that data, and that analysis is what leads to the site selection of each of these sites. We are always happy to hear further input and hear from council members and folks on those sites, but it is based on very specific and rigorous data analysis and collection.
Thank you, and looking forward to seeing the new sites, and also to working together to identify what could be appropriate sites for development, for investment in the parks as well. I want to conclude my questions with two local in-district questions in particular, both of which I think are familiar to you, Commissioner. The first one is, we talk about equity as a city and in our parks and in our green spaces. Jackson Heights, as I mentioned before, ranks 50 out of 51 when it comes to council districts with green space in our city per capita. Yet in our only park in Jackson Heights, which went through a great renovation and is a beautiful park, that construction is not finished. And it's not finished because we have on one side of the park, which was part of plans for a decade. There are maps that showing the entire street on the Play Street on 78th Street would be part of Traverse Park. We envisioned it as a community. We went through all these planning sessions. And then 6 months before a shovel went in the ground, the Capel car dealership moved across the street into our park space. And soon we lost parkland because of that. This is a dealership that has 3 service entrances and now has a parking lot in our park. And where we have seen on any day, just as recently, when you came for the visit too, Commissioner, we saw that a number of cars were parked in there. There were cars driving up on the sidewalk. We have seen cars go through the park before and make U-turns as well. It is offensive to the notion of parks equity to have my district, with some of the least amount of park space, have, of all things, a car dealership in our park, and to lose park space that we've had for so long, that we were promised, that we used as a community. We relied on that space for more than a decade. And at the last minute, it was taken away from us. I do believe that it was a failure of the last administration to resolve this problem, but it's urgent. And it's urgent when there's so many children who are running in this park. As I mentioned before, on any nice day, you go to visit, the park is packed, every inch of it, which both goes to show how beloved Traverse Park is, but also goes to show how vital our park space is. I think it is crucial that this situation be resolved and the service entrance be removed from our park. It is something that generated a lot of media attention and public attention. I appreciate both the mayor's visit and your visit, Commissioner, too, and Commissioner Ydanis Rodriguez, to come out to see the situation and understand the impact it's having on the ground. So from your own visit, I would love to hear your observations of the situation when you came and whether we can work together to resolve this situation.
First of all, thank you, Chair Krishnan. I so enjoyed, we had such a great day out at Traverse. It was absolutely beautiful. You said earlier on any day in the summer, but we saw on any day, even pre-summer, how well utilized that park is. And it's just beautiful, and how much it offers to a whole range of ages and abilities. It's wonderful. It's a beautiful restoration of that park, and points to innovative use of space. As I talked about earlier in my testimony, how important it is to think about not just the park itself, but the sidewalks, the street outside of the park. And I'm proud of my team, the Capitol Division, and their incredible designers and landscape architects for the work they did there. It's really such an innovative use of space. We did see close hand the difficulties with the street leading up to Traverse Park. Unfortunately, the issue there is it's not mapped parkland. Right now it's mapped as a city street, but I am completely committed, as I said to you, to working with DOT, to working with City Hall to address that situation and see how we can resolve it. Absolutely.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for coming out as well and seeing it all yourself too. And again, for the Parks Department's amazing work on Traverse Park too. Looking forward to working together with you and City Hall to resolve this situation. And my final question is something you also saw as well on our visit to, which was on 34th Avenue, our open street, which I like to say, and not so subtly brag about, is the model open street for all of New York City. When you came to, we had all seen, it was on school dismissal, and all the children who were walking down 34th Avenue at that time. I myself have walked down with my children to go to school in the morning and after school pick up in the evening. And in our community, it's a beloved space. It was necessary during this pandemic for us. We needed it. And we are so excited to work now on transforming it into a linear park in our community too, and create park space where none existed for a community that needs it so badly. And I know that DOT is committed to it too, and reimagining street space as park space. So using 34th Avenue Open Street as the example, what is the openness of the Parks Department to reimagining street space as park space as well, and to doing so with 34th Avenue Open Street?
Thank you, Chair Krishnan. And you have a lot to be proud of there. It's absolutely amazing, that open street, and a real testament to community involvement, the volunteers you have that are helping to organize that space. It's really fantastic. And I did see it. It was just wonderful to see at dismissal time, kids being able to be out and in the street and running safely. The Parks Department is absolutely focused on innovative uses of space. And as we saw with Traverse Park, are looking at beyond the park borders. Absolutely. A hallmark of this administration is absolutely interagency collaboration. So we are really, really interested and anxious to work with our sister agencies like DOT to think about how we can continue to expand access to open space in neighborhoods that absolutely need it. So you have my commitment. I'm excited to work with my colleagues at our sister agencies and look at opportunities like this one to expand access to open space. Absolutely.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Looking forward to our work together on both of these issues too in my district. Thank you so much for both your testimony and for the answers to my questions too. No further questions from my end, and look forward to hearing my colleagues' questions too. So turn it back to you, Chris.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. At this point, we'll turn it over to other council members who have questions for the department. If any council members currently have questions for the administration, please use the Zoom raise hand function and you'll be added to the queue. Again, we ask that council members please keep their questions to 5 minutes, including answers, and also to please wait for the Sergeant at Arms to tell you when your time begins. The Sergeant will then let you know when your time is up as well. At this point, we have questions from Councilmember Mealy, followed by Councilmember Menon, followed by Councilmember Carr, and others. Councilmember Mealy.
Your time will begin.
Good morning, Commissioner. Congratulations. And thank you, Chair, for having this meeting. I saw that you had all the 100 new organizations that's all parks being funded. I saw last Sunday, the mayor came to my district. I wasn't able to be there. I was just told of it. You're doing all these remodelings of the park. This is not my first rodeo. I was in office before, and I put about $1.5 million in regards to a bathroom. And to this day, I come back in office, the bathroom is still not there in Lincoln Terrace. So where is that funding? Where did that funding go? We got to start thinking about that. I believe if it happened on my watch, it probably happened on other council members' watch. So I would love to start speaking to you about that, because that bathroom is almost life and death, because we have a state-of-the-art, I put a state-of-the-art tennis court, and we have to cross over an 8-lane highway to go across the street to go to the bathroom. We have young people learning tennis and olders. So I have 3 other questions. Are you putting any more PEP officers? I believe you should put more, get a budget for more PEP officers, because right now, with everyone coming out of this pandemic, everyone wants to use the parks. What is your plan to when people use the parks without permits and it caused confusion? And then my 2 other last questions, is the park department still planning on financing in this new budget of storing pesticides and herbicides? And if so, how much of this city budget? And the last one is, what specific steps are Parks Department taking budgetary to move away from pesticides, using and going forward to non-pesticides and alternatives like organic land maintenance of the parks? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Amelie, for your questions, and good to see you. Welcome back.
Yes.
First of all,
Thanks.
I appreciate the question as far as Lincoln Terrace, and I apologize for the delays there. I can assure you the money does not go away. The money is still there. And in fact, the project is now in the procurement process, and we hope to go into construction on that project soon. So I apologize for the delays there, but that bathroom is coming. I know Lincoln Terrace. I know that park well. I'm a runner. I run around that park, and I know the importance of public bathrooms across the city. So that is moving forward, and it is happening. As far as PEP officers, thank you for recognizing their importance. We agree with you wholeheartedly. They are incredibly vital to the safety and security of park users. You hit upon such an important issue there in terms of permits. We saw during COVID, I saw that in Prospect Park so close up, because people didn't have anywhere to go, a lot of activity happening in parks. We know that. Our PEP officers are really important to helping with that type of activity. They will go up and they will ask people for their permits. They will ask people to show their permits. They are there to help enforce park rules and regulations, and holding permits is an important one. So yes, we rely on our PEP officers for that important activity as well. We hope that with us coming out of COVID, that a lot of that unpermitted activity will decrease, but our PEP officers are there to help to address it. And then your last question in terms of pesticides, I will tell you that it's an issue that we have taken seriously for many years. Parks uses very, very little pesticides across the park system. We have for years moved towards more organic ways to treat areas. The only areas, and I'm going to ask our Assistant Commissioner for Forestry, Jennifer Greenfeld, to weigh in here and correct me, but really it's only in our forested areas that if any remaining pesticides are used, it's there, but it's very, very limited. Jennifer, anything that you would add?
Yeah, so we only use it in forested areas where it's dangerous for our staff to get to repeatedly do weeding. So like medians in the middle of very high trafficked areas, and then sometimes for poison ivy. But we've reduced our use 72% over the last several years, and we will continue to work with the council's new law that was just passed. So we can follow up on that.
So do you think it's feasible to maintain our city parks without pesticides? Totally abolish it. I think about what you see on TV, they saying green weed or whatever. And here it is, I go to Home Depot, it's still there. So is there any plan? Could you give me a specific time when we could just be organic all the way through? Our parks demand and deserve that.
We definitely agree with you, Councilmember Mealy, and I know that Jennifer and her team works hard. They are constantly looking at alternatives, organic products. Absolutely, our efforts around a sustainable city and a sustainable park system have been in place for many, many years, and we're consistently looking for new and safe and organic ways to address or reduce pesticide use for sure. That's why, as I said, it's consistently decreased, and we'll look to continue to do that.
But is there any plan when we would go pesticide free for this great city of New York? And I'm finished. Is it a plan?
Jennifer, go ahead.
I think that
everyone's speechless. Wow.
No, I mean, I appreciate the question, and I wish it were feasible. I think there are just some situations where we can't provide the service that we need, and the balance and safety to the public is not in any way increased by really judicial and careful use of pesticides in very, very few places in our parks. So getting to zero, I think, is not realistic in this day and age, given the tools that we have at our hand. But maybe one day.
The tools that we do have, we should be able to start going towards that route. It's not that it should be unfeasible.
No, we totally agree. Totally agree. Yep.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to continue this dialogue. Thank you, Chair, for this great and important meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, council member. Next council member is Councilmember Menon, followed by Councilmember Carr.
Your time
Thank
has
you
begun.
thank you so much. Thank you to the chair and commissioner. Great to see you. I look forward to working with you. So I have two questions. The first question is, I'm extremely concerned about the 3% PEG, about your 4% decrease in capital plan. And I say this as someone who served as commissioner. I've been in your shoes having to deal with the PEG. And I have to say, with all due respect, I think your agency is one that should remain sacrosanct to a PEG. There should not be any PEG to the Parks Department. And not only should there not be a PEG, I strongly believe you should be at a 1% of the overall budget. And the reasons why, of course, is it's really a public health issue, particularly after COVID, to make sure that our parks are fully funded and that everyone has access to a park. In my district, Council District 5, we're 47th out of 51 in terms of open space. In the East Harlem part of my district, we have one of the highest childhood obesity rates, one of the highest childhood asthma rates. So I'm extremely concerned about the PEG and the decrease in the capital budget, and would argue even stronger that not only should you not have that, you should get to 1%. So that, I guess, is my first comment / question. And then secondly, I want to know, what is the average time it's taking the Parks Department to build a new park? And the reason I'm asking is, of course, is I'm concerned about our very protracted procurement rules and how we can expedite construction. Thank you.
Well, first of all, thank you, Councilmember Menon. And I so appreciate, as all of us in the agency, so appreciate your support and the council support for the Parks Department, and recognizing the importance of our parks and open spaces, especially coming out of COVID. As I stated, it is a conservative, it's a thoughtful and cautious budget. And given the city's recovery and coming out of COVID, but we absolutely understand and support and are thankful for the support from the council. As commissioner, it's clear that we could always do more with more, and so I really appreciate the support from the council. And then in terms of the capital construction process, it is generally right now a 3-year process, at minimum, year design, year procurement, year in construction. As I said earlier, we are working hard in our capital division to add efficiencies to reduce that timeline as much as possible. We fully believe that it's also a matter of working with our sister agencies, with the administration, and capital process reform is absolutely a priority of mine. And so I look forward to working with you on it and having your support for it.
Thank you. I mean, I would just really urge the administration, everything possible to expedite the procurement process so that communities, when it's announced that there will be a new park in a community and everyone is obviously thrilled about that, we then want to be able to quickly expedite the construction and not have to, as you know, wait numerous years to get these projects underway.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have questions from Councilmember Carr, followed by Councilmember Ressler, and followed by Councilmember Aviles.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair Krishnan, and thank you, Commissioner, for being here today. Always good to see you, and looking forward to our partnership in the coming couple of years. I want to start with talking about comfort stations a little bit, like Councilmember Mealy was. Some of the issues we've always had here in the borough have been with respect to the cost of comfort stations, where if you decided to fund one, you're paying, it seems like you're paying 6 figures for an individual toilet, and they look anything but like a 6-figure toilet. And so I just wondering like what we're going to be doing to bring down the cost of comfort stations, because they've been so out of reach that, my predecessor gave expense funding for porta potties every year to make sure that we had something in our parks. And I'm just wondering if you could talk to kind of bringing down those costs so that they're more reachable for a council member with their capital budgets.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you, Councilmember Carr, for the question. And so enjoyed seeing you out in Staten Island the last 2 Fridays. You raise an important point. We realize it. It's something we're very aware of. It's why Deputy Commissioner Braddock and her team have looked at a number of different options and alternatives. We are very much focused on how we can reduce costs across the board. And we're working closely with our partner agencies on that. We do do have to, by necessity, as a city agency, follow the city's procurement and construction process, and it can be elongated, and it can, due to the permitting and the regulations, can cause delays. But we are actively looking at options, a myriad of options in terms of standardizing the design and construction, in terms of alternatives, prefab. Our capital projects team has done a whole host of research to look at bringing down those costs.
I appreciate that. Thank you. My next question is about stump removals in the boroughs, and then also the tree and sidewalk program. I noticed that the budget, as I think the chair noted, doesn't include the $2 million for tree stump removals that we had in the FY22 adopted budget. What do you think you can handle if you don't get the $2 million? What do you think the tree and sidewalk program can do if we didn't enhance funding for that on top of what's already in the budget? And I know as a member, I have the option of giving funding by community district for that, but these are basic operational needs that need to be met, not a specific geographic capital project. And to me, these are things that Park should handle with its own budget and not seek additional funds from members.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Carr, for raising that. And the Playfair, the tree stump removal funding was incredibly beneficial to the agency, and we got a whole lot of work done because of it. Thus far, 1,900 stumps have been removed thus far, and we anticipate being able to remove another 1,000 by the end of FY22. So important funding for the agency, absolutely, and we were able to get a whole lot of work done. In terms of the trees and sidewalks program, that is, we're working closely with DOT on that project. They are actually executing that effort for us, and have also made great strides in terms of the work done there. We agree it's really important funding. It's really important work for just the livability and access to our parks, and it's something that we're working closely with our sister agencies on as well.
Thank you. And I guess my last question, I was happy to see additional funding for security at Fresh Kills Park, especially as Parks takes over more and more of that area from sanitation, the need to safeguard it from dumping and other illegal activities becomes really important, especially given that it was a former landfill. We don't want to see it go back to that use on a de facto basis. And but I am concerned about park security overall, right? We're the third largest borough in terms of geography, and we're 1/3 parkland. And I think we're all very proud of that. And that's an important mission that Parks has as steward of so much land in the borough and in the other parts of the city. And so I'm just concerned that we don't have enough Parks enforcement police. The citywide numbers were mentioned earlier. If you can kind of give me a borough breakdown of that, and whether or not you feel like the deployments you have by borough are sufficient, particularly with respect to Staten Island.
Thank you, Commissioner Carr, for raising. And as I said earlier, our PEP officers and the value they bring to our parks are so important, and we recognize that. And safe access and clean and safe parks is a priority of mine, and is a priority for the administration. I appreciate you raising Fresh Kills. That is such wonderful to see that transformation, and it's such an incredible opportunity. We actively work on deploying our PEP officers to the areas where they're most needed, and looking to provide coverage equitably across the boroughs. In terms of specific numbers on that deployment for Staten Island specifically, I'm actually going to ask Margaret Nelson, who oversees our DC for the PEP and Urban Park Rangers, can give you an exact number for Staten Island.
Hi, council member. So with our baseline staffing and the Playfair funded officers, Staten Island has 38 positions on Staten Island for PEP.
Time has expired.
All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And thank you, Chair.
You may continue, Councilmember, if you wanted to ask a final question, or if you're finished, that's fine too.
Okay, thank you. Our next member with questions is Councilmember Ressler, followed by Councilmember Aviles, followed by Councilmembers Holden and Councilmember Marte.
Thank you, Council. And firstly, let me just say how thrilled and truly thrilled I am to be here with Chair Krishnan, who is a dear friend and has just done a phenomenal job already leading this committee. I think that the 5-point plan that you laid out is exactly what we need for parks, and I enthusiastically endorse it and want to help make each and every item on it a reality, and really appreciate your leadership. I also want to congratulate Chair Donahue for really hitting the ground running. We haven't had the chance to work directly together, but I have to say you just have an absolutely sterling reputation. You've mentored friends of mine. You did a phenomenal job in Prospect Park, and you're a true Parkie. And so, you've put a new leadership team in place. I really feel optimistic about the future of the Parks Department under your leadership, and looking forward to working together. Many great people on your team, like Margaret Nelson and others who I adore, and of course the team at Brooklyn Parks, who we partner with each and every day. Marty and others, really appreciate their responsiveness, attentiveness, and commitment to our parks. The 33rd District has grown in population more than any other over the last 15 years. And many of the promises that were made in rezoning our neighborhoods related to new park space, and almost none of them have actually been followed through upon. So our community is clamoring for and demanding new parks. Most importantly is Bushwick Inlet Park. So I just wanted to start with, can you identify the outstanding capital needs to build out the remainder of Bushwick Inlet Park?
Thank you, Councilmember Ressler. I appreciate the question and nice to see you. It's funny that we haven't more directly crossed paths, but appreciate and look forward to working together. You're right. We have a very committed parks staff in Brooklyn, and who work hard to maintain those parks every day. In terms of Bushwick Inlet Park and the specifics there, I am going to need to hand that over to one of my folks on the phone who can answer that question most specifically. Therese, Deputy Commissioner Braddock, could you answer that as far as specifically on Bushwick Inlet Park?
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Council Member, for your question. I can tell you exactly what, for the projects right now at Bushwick Inlet, we have.
I have the projects right now. I'm just asking for the outstanding capital need to build out the remainder of the park, which and your team has been great, and I appreciate them, but I'd like a hard number, which I've asked for some time, for what we need to fully fund the construction of the park.
Okay, I'm not prepared to give you that total number right now, but I'd be happy to set up a separate time to meet with you and to go through that between us and the planning division. And
Nick is terrific. I can't praise him more highly, and Mary Salig and the team. So I'm appreciative of all of their very close interaction, but we would like a firm number so that we can organize and around it, because we're pushing as hard as we can on the remediation, but we need a clear goal on what's outstanding so that we can get the funds committed. Our mayor slept out in Bushwick Inlet Park for the night to demand our park. We've been organizing around it for years. Next question I'd just like to ask is, DOT has extended the lifespan of the triple cantilever for 20 odd years. The promenade has real needs. Can we get a commitment from the Parks Department to assess and work with us to improve the conditions of the promenade, which is one of the most treasured public spaces in New York and controlled by the Parks Department? I think it had been on hold because there were thoughts that the triple cantilever was going to be coming down more immediately. But with a 20-year lifespan, it seems like a project that the Parks Department should be willing to work with us on.
Thank you, Councilmember Ressler. I couldn't agree more. Used to live right near there. The promenade is absolutely beautiful and such such important park and open space in Brooklyn, and just iconic, really. So absolutely, we'll look forward to working with you and having further dialogue on the promenade.
Great. And I just want to underscore, I think, one of the core points in the 5-point plan, which is that the capital process is unacceptable. And I want to lean into Shaker's recommendation, which I think is the right one, that we go to Albany and actually push for a Parks Construction Authority to be able to expedite capital projects much more expeditiously. I got a call from the Trust for Public Land that they're going to be rebuilding a playground in our district that's a DOE controlled site. it's going to be a third of the cost and a quarter of the timeline that it would have taken the Parks Department to do it. And I'm thrilled that the Trust for Public Land is going to help us because we desperately need that playground revamped. It's in horrible condition, but it's unacceptable that if I were to be leaning on the Parks Department, it would take me 3 years to fund it and 3 times as long to get it built. So we really need to work together to speed up the capital process and make projects more affordable because the current process really is broken.
Thank you, Councilman Ressler, and I appreciate the support for improving our capital process, and it's something we're very focused on as well. As I've said, you hit on the difference. The Trust for Public Land and that playground will be renovated through the School Construction Authority, which is a public authority, versus the city capital process, which is the city capital process, where we absolutely appreciate the idea of and having conversations about a Parks Construction Authority. It is a complicated process involving the state legislature, but we are absolutely always looking for ways, as I said, to improve the process. So look forward to working with you on that.
We can be partners for you in that effort, right? And I think lean into your advocates in the council who want to push to make it happen. But I'd also consider you to think about the similar MOU that SEA has in place with the Trust for Public Land, so that at least on one-off projects, we can think about partners who can help us move things along, and that we're not just reliant on what feels like a broken capital process. So thank you very much. I really appreciate it. And I'm really hopeful that and optimistic about your leadership. I think it's going to be a great day for parks in New York.
Thank you.
I mean it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Councilmember Aviles, followed by Councilmember Holden, followed by Councilmember Marte.
Your time will begin.
Hello, I want to thank Chair Krishnan for this hearing, and also congratulations to you, Commissioner. I am so delighted that you are heading this agency that is so important to all of us. I want to quickly just touch base on, our district. I represent District 38, which includes Sunset Park and Red Hook, Brooklyn. I'm sure, as a Brooklyner, and with your work at Prospect Park Alliance, you know how, the situation in Brooklyn. However, I just wanted to highlight 2 things. Red Hook, as you know, has an incredible amount of work that's happening in terms of remediation as a mixed industrial site that is happening over the years, and of course has been saddled with enormous amounts of delays and investment moving along. However, the Red Hook Recreation Center is just in an abysmal state. And as kind of the jewel of Red Hook, the thing that young people who from public housing, whose campuses are entirely torn up, where they took 500 trees to do the resiliency project, is in a dire state of repairs. And for years, including just recently with Hurricane Ida getting the boiler, they have a temporary boiler at this point. So I would really love for you to come to Red Hook Recreation Center. The workers there have been making magic, pooling their own money to paint the center, and just doing the best that they can. So I would love for you to come and see how we can expedite and support Red Hook Recreation Center. But the 3 other places that I really wanted to also talk about is we have 3 playgrounds that are JOP sites, right, adjacent to schools on the 3rd Avenue corridor, right, underneath the Gowanus Expressway, that have not been touched probably in more than 25 years and in dire state of repair, to the point where my own daughter, who is now 16 years old, never wanted to go to those playgrounds. She just wanted me to take her to Park Slope or to the old Stonehouse because she felt like they were just decent playgrounds. So I would really love to figure out how we can partner, how we can expedite these repairs that are so desperately needed in a community that has not received those investments in park spaces. And as you know, because your workers worked, and I always brag about my sister as a Parkie, throughout the pandemic, how critical these spaces are. but these three parks in particular, Gonzalo Placencia, Peña Herrera, and Demick Playgrounds are in dire need of repair. So I would love to invite you to come and walk through with me and figure out how we can move this along, what kind of partnerships we can what kind of partnerships we can develop to move through the capital repair process, which is quite frankly broken, and our families cannot wait any longer. So there's a lot of commentary and some questions around how we can improve the partnership with other entities to get these projects done so we don't have to wait 10 years for a repair.
Well, thank you, Councilmember Aviles, for your questions and for raising the issues in Red Hook. It is an area that I know well. My kids played on those fields for many years. So happy, I know it's been a complicated process, but I'm so happy to see that moving forward, that remediation work, because it's so important, I know, to thousands of kids. And thank you also for bringing up the Red Hook Recreation Center and for recognizing our incredible workers there. They do so much to support the community and to support that rec center, and thank you for acknowledging them. I would absolutely so look forward to coming and meeting you in Red Hook and touring both the recreation center and these playgrounds. I'm really happy to say that the Red Hook Rec Center has been allocated a significant amount of funding for renovation. $44 million actually in renovation is planned for the Red Hook Rec Center. We recognize it as an incredibly valuable public amenity in Red Hook and are committed to restoring that building. Our rec centers have both a distinction of, they were created 50 years ago under Robert Moses. They are definitely in need, we know, of upgrading, and we're really committed to doing that, and especially with the Red Hook Rec Center. And there is money allocated right now. It's in design. It's moving through the process.
Great. And could I have you come to the 3 JOP sites so we can figure out how to get this moving forward? Because they're not in SCA budgets. They're not in parks budgets. And it's been more than 25, 30 years. Where no water features work. I mean, it is abysmal what we have on 3rd Avenue.
Absolutely. We'd be happy to come and see both the rec center and the playgrounds. Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next is Councilmember Holden, followed by Councilmember Marte.
Your time will begin.
Thanks, Commissioner, and thank you, Chair, also for this great hearing. And I just have a few questions. In the last council, we passed Intro 2158, which requires geospatial information systems, called GIS, managers at city agencies to meet regularly and work together to use GIS technology in city projects. In my own district, we have a running track and a football/soccer field in Juniper Valley Park that's delayed, I guess, about a year because the Parks Department was unaware of what was underneath the field. I also had a problem with the newly installed sprinkler system in the park in Juniper Valley because the Parks Department, again, did not know the water pressure and the pipes that were needed and so forth, how they were structured. So GIS technology can assist in this regard. As chair of technology in the last council, we passed that bill. So do you have any plans to use GIS technology in parks projects going forward? Has GIS managers from parks met, or do they have plans to meet with their counterparts at other city agencies soon? Like the DEP meeting with parks and working together to leverage a GIS technology. By the way, the law goes into effect next month, Commissioner.
Okay. Well, thank you, Councilmember Holden, for raising that. And we do actively and aggressively use GIS technology throughout the Parks Department in many different areas, including in our capital projects, in our work in forestry. It is an unfortunate part of construction that we do, even with the vast of when we do borings, when we do testing in advance, we still do undoubtedly run into problems once we're in construction. I'm aware of your the issues at Juniper Valley track and field construction. I know we did run into a drainage issue there that resulted in a stop work order. So we are actively working to address that and move that forward. But I can assure you that we do use GIS, and certainly if there is a new local law coming into place. The other thing, as I stated earlier, this is an administration that's very focused on interagency collaboration. Having worked in parks in the past, I know that's critical to getting the job done, and we'll be actively working with my sister agencies and colleagues at my sister agencies to make sure that we're coordinating as well as possible and working together as efficiently as possible to address and avoid some of these issues for sure.
Great. Now another, thank you, Commissioner. Now another favorite subject of mine, trees.
Yes.
Especially. So, you know, in the last in previous administration, the price went way up. It skyrocketed, I guess, into the $3,000 per tree or more. So what are we doing to drive down the cost of installing trees under your administration?
Thank you for that question, Councilmember Holder. As you know, as the Parks Department, greening and trees are incredibly important to us and incredibly important to the city, given the issues of climate change that we're all facing, and it's a larger equity issue. The trees add benefits, so many health benefits to our residents across the city. It is an unfortunate fact, yes, that costs have increased in the last few years, and our tree planting costs, absolutely, especially street tree planting costs. That's due to a variety of factors. It's difficult work. It's very specific work. We are looking at ways that we can reduce that, do more in-house, but it's something we're very aware of and something that we're actively working on.
So did we get a price though? Are we down to like $1,000? Do we have an idea?
I wish that was the case, but no, we are not. We are more at the $3,000 per tree level. It varies by borough, but it is more at the $3,000 per tree level.
All right. My final question. It's been almost a year since Intro 1524 was passed. This is about the this bill prohibits city agencies from using any chemically based pesticides. You spoke a little bit about that earlier. And there are some exceptions, like you mentioned. You know, have you implemented this law, which was supposed to be implemented within 180 days of passage? And so we're at that point. So how has limiting the use of pesticides affected the budget in the parks? And what steps are the Parks Department taking to move away from pesticides and to go more non-pesticide alternatives via, like, you know, organic land management? I know you mentioned a little bit about it, but this law is going to prohibit the use of, with very few exceptions, of chemically based pesticides.
Thank you, Councilmember Holder, for raising this. As I said earlier, the agency is incredibly committed to organic, sustainable products throughout the agency, and certainly that pertains to pesticide use. We have significantly reduced over the years our pesticide use across the agency. It's something we're very committed to. We're aware of the we're very much aware of the ban, which doesn't become effective, I think, until November, and we anticipate we will be fully in compliance.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next up is Councilmember Marte.
Hey, thank you, Chair, for hosting this meeting, and great rally earlier today for the fight for 1%. And great to meet you, Commissioner. Glad to have this opportunity to ask you some questions. My main question is, with a lot of the resiliency work that's happening in my district and other members' districts on parkland like East River Park, is the Parks Department committed to having more air monitors? As we see in East River Park, they're doing renovation work, they're doing drilling, but right next to it, people are actively using the track field, the soccer field. And is there going to be any protocol or best practice to notify park users as these remediation work continues, not just here, but probably for the next decade?
Thank you, Council Member Marte, for your question and for noting the extensive amount of resiliency work that's happening across the city. As an agency, as a city, we're so committed to protecting and preserving the land that we have, especially the space along the waterfront, preserving it for next generations of users. And as we've seen with increased storms activity, it can be very difficult. The resiliency project is being managed by DDC. We're working closely with them, but it's under DDC's management. But absolutely would be happy to help and be involved in a discussion in terms of air monitoring.
Yeah, with our discussions for DDC, the community has asked for additional air monitors to no avail. And it'll be great to have parks kind of understand the value of having that for the safety.
Can't hear.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, yes.
Okay. The next question is an invitation regarding resiliency. As we continue with going further south along Lower Manhattan with resiliency projects, we're going to need new parkland. A lot of the park that we use are on the waterfront. And so there's a great opportunity to make parkland out of Brooklyn Bridge Park, which is a park space that used to be actively used before 9/11, but for the past 22 years have been sitting empty and gated, pretty much gated with construction fences. And so we would love to do a walkthrough with you, show you the potential of having a park right across the street from NYCHA Smith houses, and that would really connect the Lower East Side and the financial district.
Thank you, Councilmember Marte, and I accept the invitation. I would love to come and walk the site with you and look at the potential there. Absolutely.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember, and thank you, Commissioner and members of the Parks Department. At this point, I believe Councilmember questions have concluded, so we can proceed on to testimony from members of the public who have signed up to testify. So thank you again for being present and testifying.
Thank you.
Thank you. As I mentioned before, we will now turn to testimony from members of the public. I'd like to remind everyone that unlike our typical council hearings in person, we will be calling on individuals one by one to testify. Each panelist will be given approximately 2 minutes to speak, so please begin once the Sergeant at Arms has started the timer and given you the cue to begin. Council members who have questions for a specific panelist should use the Zoom raise hand function, and I will call on you after each panelist has completed their testimony. As a reminder to panelists, you'll be on mute until it is your time to testify, at which point your name will be called and you'll be unmuted by the Zoom host. If you mute yourself after having been unmuted, you'll need to be unmuted again by the host. So please, again, wait for the Sergeant at Arms to tell you when your time begins. At this point, we will hear first from, pardon me, at this point, we'll hear first from Evangeline Medrano, who is a public school student, will be followed by Adam Ganzer, followed by Carlos Castelcrook.
Your time will begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Evangeline Medrano. I'm a 5th grade student and I'm the student body president at PS 46 Edward C. Blum School in Fort Greene, Brooklyn, in City Council District 35. Thank you to the Parks Committee of the City Council for allowing me to testify about parks and playgrounds. I also want to thank Parks Chair Shekar Krishnan for making investments in playgrounds in every zip code in NYC. And a big thank you to NYC Parks Commissioner Susan Donahue for being here and supporting New York's parks. Also, congratulations on a spectacular one at the United Airlines NYC Half Marathon on Sunday. I'm here to testify about Oracle Playground here in Fort Greene, Brooklyn. Our schoolyard is a jointly operated park attached to an Oracle Playground. Parks and playgrounds are critical for kids of all ages and abilities. Having playgrounds are important for students. More time spent outside is proved to show more physical activity for kids. Also, more time outside shows an increase in students' brain activity, which makes a student more likely to perform better in all class subjects. In addition, the playground is where my classmates have fun and social growth happens. The City Council should invest in our future by providing 1% of the city budget to the NYC parks so that our parks and playgrounds can be a clean and safe place for kids to learn and play. At PS 46, our schoolyard is a sad place to look at. There's a big open space with cracked concrete and nothing to play on. Currently, my classmates use the space to walk, run, and jump rope. It's unfortunate and it's not fair to us. Other schools in the neighborhood share schoolyards that have nice basketball courts and track and field. Oracle Playground, which students can use during PE and recess, has limitations too. The playground has an old jungle gym, baby swings, and rocking animals that are broken. The playground needs to be renovated. Other playgrounds in the neighborhood have swings for all ages, pools, and working equipment. Not all playgrounds are equal. Ours has a lot of issues. The equipment doesn't work and playgrounds flood when it rains. When kids are in parks, we need access to water fountains, sprinklers, and functioning bathrooms. My classmates and I want a playground that we can all use. A playground.
That's okay. You can finish. 1 minute.
Okay. A playground that is clean and safe and has functioning equipment for all kids of all ages and abilities, not just some of us. This is possible if the City Council provides the parks with the resources we need to improve Oracle playgrounds for me and my classmates and to keep parks clean and safe across the city. The City Council needs to commit to 1% for parks.
Thanks so much, Evangeline, for your testimony. You did such a great job and you made the case really powerfully. And the truth is that all that we're doing for our parks, for the playgrounds you mentioned too, is for you and for all who come after us too in our future, and all our children and all our students too. So you are leading the way and doing such a great job in your school for your advocacy and for our parks citywide too. So thank you for all your great work. And I'm excited, and I think speak for everyone and our commissioner too, to fight alongside you to make sure that our parks and our playgrounds are even better they can be. So thank you for all your leadership and great work today too.
Thank you.
Commissioner, if you want to, I don't know if you want to say a few words as well, but you can if you want to.
Thank you. Had a little trouble with the unmute button. Am I still muted? No. Evangeline, thank you. So well done. That is not easy to get up and speak in front of a whole group like this on Zoom. I know. Really wonderful and powerful words. And as Chair Krishnan said, you know, all of our work and what really inspires me every day, and I know so many people on this call, is seeing kids like you out there playing in our playground. So I appreciate the focus on Oracle Playground and the JOP that's there, and we'll certainly take a look at it. And thank you for coming out and testifying today. Well done.
Thank you so much. Our next panelist is Adam Ganser, who will be followed by Carlos Castello-Crook.
Thank you very much. That's a tough act to follow. My name is Adam Ganser. I'm the Executive Director of New Yorkers for Parks. We have been advocating for parks and open space for more than 115 years. We are a founding member of the Playfair Coalition, which includes over 400 organizations from across the 5 boroughs, many of whom will testify today. We thank the council committees for the opportunity to speak today. I also want to thank Chair Christian for his leadership and partnership with the Playfair Coalition, and also the many council members that joined us this morning on the stairs at City Hall to demand 1% of the city budget for parks. The last 2+ years have made it crystal clear the critical importance of New York City's parks for the health and safety of our citizens. COVID has also shined a bright light on the fact that the city has disinvested in parks for more than 40 years, exacerbating tragic inequities across our park system. In response to these conditions, the mayor and many members of the city council had the bold vision to commit to a clear policy priority to dedicate 1% of the city budget for parks. Yet the mayor's preliminary budget cuts the parks budget by $60 million. That cut would effectively reduce the number of parks workers by 3,500 plus from last year. This includes 250 positions that have been recently eliminated, 3,200 cleaning corps positions that were federally funded, and the 335 one-shot council-funded Playfair positions that are expected to expire at the end of the year. I want to make clear that despite the party line you're hearing from the Parks Department, these cuts will be devastating. The Parks Department is nimble, and it has been trained for 40 years to operate under an austerity condition. But I want to remind the council that just 2 years ago, similar cuts left the city's park system in the worst conditions we've seen in 20 years. New Yorkers deserve more. Our parks deserve more. Our parks agency deserves more. Now is the time to follow through on the bold commitments to the health and safety of this city and to its future, to commit to 1% of the city budget for parks. We look forward to working with the mayor, the administration, and the council to meet those commitments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Chair Christian has a comment or question.
Thank you so much, Adam, for your testimony. Thank you so much for the great work of New Yorkers for Parks and the Playfair Coalition fighting for parks equity in our city. I just had a couple questions for you based on your testimony too, and the work that the Playfair Coalition does. My first question is why the necessity of 1% or $1 billion for parks? Can you elaborate a bit on why that funding is so crucial for our parks in our city?
First of all, as you heard earlier today, this city was funding its parks at that percent or higher roughly 40 years ago. And after the recessions of the 80s, completely gutted the Parks Department because the city was in rough shape. And then when the city rebounded, we never sort of put money back into the Parks Department. So as I said, the Parks Department has been operating under a 40-year austerity plan, trying to figure out how to make our city's parks safe for everybody. Doing a valiant job. And I don't think anybody should be blaming the Parks Department. This is really a lack of commitment from our politicians. And I think, we've just seen so clearly that the Parks Department is operating on the thinnest of margins. A cut 2 years ago during the pandemic almost immediately yielded really unconscionable conditions across the 5 boroughs of our parks. That directly translates to unsafe conditions, unhealthy conditions. This when we're all very much needing to spend more time outside. And the world has changed. Whether we want to admit it or not, the world is a different place. We are going to be depending on parks and open spaces more than ever before. This isn't just a rebound to COVID. This is an entire shift in the way the city operates.
Thank you, Adam. And on another note too, when we talk about parks equity in this city too, can you explain a bit from the coalition's work in New Yorkers for Parks? What do we mean exactly? How can you quantify or elaborate on the inequities when it comes to green space in our city?
There are no shortage of ways to identify the inequities, which is probably the more depressing answer. It could be equitable access to parks and open spaces. You talk a lot about your district, which is ranked either 50th or 51st in access to public open space. Many of our districts are suffering. And when I say districts, this really means people. Many people in the city do not have access within 5 or 10 minutes to walk to a park or open space. And then I come from a conservancy background. I worked at the High Line, so I do not throw the conservancies under the bus. They do a fantastic job, but not every neighborhood in the city. In fact, the majority of the neighborhoods in the city rely on public funding, on city funding to maintain their parks. And if we don't fund the Parks Department at a level that is appropriate, that means those neighborhoods, those communities are stuck with second-class parks, and that's not okay. The other thing I'll mention is that the amount of money we're talking about here If you and I are talking about $1 billion, yeah, that's a lot of money. If the city of New York is talking about $1 billion, it's nothing. And the turnaround and the change of conditions in the city would be immediate, and all of us would be happier about it. And so this is one of these sticking points, which seems to be totally solvable, yet nobody is committing to solve it. The difference now is that the mayor has committed to it. Many in the city council have committed to it. We just need people to follow through.
And would you say then that the $1 billion, or 1% for parks, is essential in this budget for addressing the problem of parks inequity that we have in our city?
I think it is the significant and symbolic step towards a truly equitable park system, one that we can be proud of, and one that represents New York City's need for parks and open space. One of the things we talk about all the time, this is the densest city in the country, yet our park system is ranked 11th. That's unconscionable. It doesn't make any sense. None of us has backyards. We're all relying on our parks and open spaces for our public health. We're all relying on it for our mental health. So that is a very long way to say, yes, I believe it is absolutely crucial and critical that we get 1%, $1 billion in this city budget. And we need to see the administration and the council making moves towards that end.
But another way, my final question is, if we do not have 1% for parks, or $1 billion for parks in this budget, and have the current preliminary budget of $500 million or 0.5%, is it your testimony that will exacerbate the inequities that we see in our park system currently?
Absolutely. And as we saw 2 years ago, this is a repeat of what happened 2 years ago. And we all saw what happened 2 years ago. Parks were in lousy condition. Those parks that had some private funding or some private resources fared better, but they all fared terribly. And we're right back in that situation. We've got another potential virus coming around right now. You're reading in the news, it's happening right at the beginning of the summer. To then cut the parks budget again when we're expected to be spending this amount of time in parks and open spaces, it just does not make any sense. We need a shift in priorities. I understand it's a tough budget year, but what a new mayor and a new administration needs to do is set policy priorities that represent change. And this is the opportunity to do so.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carlos Castel-Croce, who will be followed by Dilsey Ben, followed by Joe Palio.
Your time will begin.
Thank you. My name is Carlos Castel-Croce. I'm the Associate for New York City Programs at the New York League of Conservation Voters. I'd like to thank Chair Krishnan and all the council members on the committee for the opportunity to testify today. Every year, we slowly see the worsening effects of climate change and dangerous carbon emissions on our daily lives. Our summers are getting hotter, flooding and extreme weather are increasingly more common, and air pollution is affecting the health of our most vulnerable and underserved residents. Luckily, the city already has an indispensable resource to help us counteract these threats: our public parks and green spaces. The 2.6 million trees in our city remove 1,300 tons of pollutants from the atmosphere and store 1 million tons of carbon each year. As a major source of the city's urban canopy, parks can reduce urban heat island effects by lowering temperatures up to 9 degrees. They also contribute to resilience by fighting flash flooding, capturing almost 2 billion gallons of stormwater runoff, and ensuring water quality by filtering out as much as 95% of major pollutants. Lastly, they're integral to the well-being of our residents and economy as they provide safe, open spaces for recreation. It is especially critical that we protect and expand parks and open spaces in communities of color and low-income communities that have been historically underserved by parkland. Parks serving primarily non-white populations are half the size of parks that serve majority white populations and are 5 times more crowded. This not only leads to less green space for residents of color, but also less benefits from green spaces. The lack of or limited green spaces in these communities leads to unjust exposure to heat, higher levels of flooding, and disproportionate air and water pollution. These dangers, compounded by various other harmful impacts of racism and poverty on human health, results in these communities being the most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. It's critical that our city invests in expanding and in protecting green spaces in low-income communities to address these inequities. With the increasing value of parks and numerous commitments from elected leaders, including Mayor Adams, we have gathered with the Playfair Coalition again, not just asking for parks to get their fair share, but for critical funding to simply keep our parks clean and safe. So this year, we're doubling down our 1% for parks. Ask the mayor and the New York City Council to reverse the $60 million in cuts that have been proposed and reinvest in our parks and green spaces. We need more PEP officers to keep our parks safe and more city parks workers and gardeners to keep them clean and in usable condition. 1% of the budget for parks will ensure that these positions are funded and that DPR has the resources to improve and access the quality in our beloved parks. I very much look forward to working with the council under Chair Christian's leadership and to get parks the funding that they need. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll turn it back over to Chair Christian.
Thank you, Carlos, for your testimony and also the great work of the New York League of Conservation Voters. I just have one question, which is, given your testimony and the work of LCV as well, is it your testimony that we've heard from an equity standpoint, the importance of $1 billion or 1% for parks. Would you say from a climate justice standpoint, A, are we facing a climate crisis right now as a city? And B, if we are, would the $1 billion, 1%, help to alleviate or help to solve the climate crisis that we face?
Absolutely. We, as I mentioned, we're absolutely experiencing climate crisis. Things are getting worse every year. We're seeing more 100-year floods, right? It's coming every year. Summers are getting hotter. People are in terrible conditions, and investing in parks is one of the easiest ways that we can work on fighting climate change and protecting public health all at the same time. We're not asking for new crazy forms of renewable energy. We're not asking for new technology. We're not asking for any kind of major overhaul. We're just asking for our parks to be invested in so they can be clean, they can be safe, they can be accessible, and provide the great resources that they have always done.
And conversely, if we had a budget of 500 million or so, or the proposed budget that we have currently for parks, will that help to address the climate crisis, or will that exacerbate it in our city?
As Adam, so eloquently said, I think that we really need to see a bigger investment in our parks so that they're at the level that we need them to be at to fight climate change and to make sure that people can enjoy them. As we said before, if we go back to where we were, or we get what was proposed in the preliminary budget, the parks are not going to be in the shape that we need them to be. They're going to be back to the past 2 years when they were in some of the worst shapes that they've been in for a while.
Thank you. No more questions.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dilsey Ben from DC 37, followed by Joe Polio from DC 37.
Your time will begin.
Good afternoon, Chair Cushman and fellow members of the City Council and Recreation Committee. My name is Dilsey Ben. I'm the president of Local 1505 of DC 37, representing close to 1,000 city park workers known as CPWs, as well as hundreds of seasonal workers who primarily work in the New York City Parks and Recreation Park Department in all 5 boroughs, performing cleanup and conducting maintenance in all city parks. Last year, the Speaker's City Council stepped up and restored funding by 100 lines. Unfortunately, we find ourselves in the same situation this year. The mayor's fiscal 23 primary budget does not include funding for the 100 CPW lines, as well as the 1,000 of seasonal lines that were funded through federal stimulus dollars. The mayor proposes to reduce the Parks Department budget by a total of $60 million. This is unconscionable. How will the parks continue to be kept clean of debris, garbage, without adequate staffing levels to do the work? My members are not viewed as frontline workers, but reported to work every day and work twice as hard to clean and maintain parks, beaches, and pools during the height of the pandemic. These workers who make $15.48 an hour to start will actually do a lot more than fewer resources with fewer resources. Many of you know that the value of my members who report to work daily with a smile on their face and serve the community. The administration needs to take a long, hard look at how it treats its workforce. I'm here today not to only urge the City Council to request the mayor to restore the baseline to $10 million to the Parks Department for the 100 CPW and 50 gardener staff positions, but to keep this campaign promise to fund the Parks Department at the 1% of the city's total budget. If this were to happen, we would not have to come back every year and be begging the administration hat in hand to restore these lines. Furthermore, these same workers will not have to worry about whether or not they have a job. We need to hold the mayor accountable. I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. I look forward to working with this new city council to restore the baseline and fund the city parks. And I'll be happy to take any questions if you have any.
Thank you. And turning back to Chair Krishnan.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ben, for your advocacy, your work every day. Thank you so much to DC 37 for the essential work that they do every day in our parks to make sure that they are sustained. Our parks couldn't be sustained without all that you do too. I just have a few questions. Dulcie, my first question is, we've heard a bit from an equity standpoint, from a climate standpoint, the important $1 billion percent for parks. I'd like to ask from a workers' justice standpoint too, is having $1 billion or 1% for parks necessary to ensure that the workers, the members of DC 37 can continue maintaining the parks in as good shape as they have and have more resources to do so?
As far as I'm concerned, Chair, 1 billion can never be enough. I saw my workers go through a lot last summer. Last year with the COVID, the pandemic, everybody was in the parks, the toilets were overflowed, the garbage was overflowed. I have never, and I've been president since 2008, I've never had enough workers to cover all of the New York City parks. It's definitely needed, the funding is definitely needed for these positions.
So you would say then that, it's, especially given the pandemic and all that's happened, that the $1 billion or 1% should be where the conversation is starting, that that's actually a first step on the way to making sure our parks have enough resources for maintenance purposes.
Yes, I agree. I definitely agree.
And is DC 37, we heard before, and you mentioned, I think very effectively too, how the 150 CPWs, the one-shot maintenance program that we've had before, do you believe that that program should be picked up by the administration? Other pandemic funds, we've lost $5 million in pandemic funds. Do you believe that City Hall should be stepping in to replace the $5 million that's lost to ensure the $10 million one-shot payment continues?
Yes, I do. Every year we have to come back and ask for funding for these lines. These people don't know whether they have jobs or not. I saw my people come to work during the pandemic. A lot of them caught COVID. And like I said to you, and they still came to work with smiles on their faces and did their job. I think that they should be baseline. These lines should be baseline to ensure these people have a job and that the parks are clean.
And can you just elaborate again, Dulcie, too, that we heard testimony before too about the uncertainty surrounding the status of workers on 7/1, given the current state of the preliminary budget. Is it your testimony that there are DC 37 members who are very concerned and very fearful of their job status, given the uncertainty around the July 1 date and the funding that will be available?
Yes, Chair. My people, I feel so bad for them because they start off at $15.48 an hour. Okay, I've been there almost 30 years and I only made $46,000 last year. They don't get paid a lot of money. They come out there in 100-degree weather and do this work. They come out there in 90-degree weather with a weed whacker, lawnmower, driving trucks, heavy-duty equipment. My people do so much, and we are the backbone of the Parks Department. I have more workers than any other title, and they're out there doing this every day in 100-degree weather. And like I said, we need this money. And like I said, I think that they deserve to have a job. I don't think that they should come to work and just be worried about whether they're going to work after June 30th. And this is what happens every year, that we have to keep coming back, and we asking them to baseline this.
So would you say then that baseline funding and $1 billion 1% for parks is not only making sure that we're placing climate justice or parks equity up front, but it's actually a way to make sure that we're truly supporting or beginning to support the workers who maintain our parks?
Yes, I think they deserve that. After COVID, definitely after COVID, I think they deserve that because I've never in my life seen anything like this. And I've been in parks over 30 years. And I've never seen anything like it when COVID hit, because everybody was in the parks. I can't even begin to tell you what my people went through on that maintenance crew with the amount of people that were in the parks, because nobody was at work. Everybody was in the parks.
Thank you so much, Dulcie. Thank you so much to all DC 37 members for their work every day to maintain our city's parks.
And it was a pleasure meeting you today. Thank you, Chair.
You too. Looking forward to many more actions together.
Yes, thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Joe Polio from DC 37, who will be followed by Carter Strickland.
Your time will begin.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Congratulations on your new position, and we welcome the new Parks Commissioner as well as the staff. Okay, I'd like to begin by saying that I am president of Local 983. I represent all the urban park rangers, the parks enforcement officers, and the city seasonal aides. So we have approximately 2,000 members in parks. Okay, as stated earlier by you yourself, Chair, that we have 3,200, okay, city court people that we're going to lose. Okay, the reason why the parks are in the condition that they are today is primarily due to them. They do all the work that requires cleaning, basic maintenance, right? So without that funding, in and of itself, I mean, the parks are going to go back to the conditions that was described, horrific scenes where bathrooms are backed up, and broken glass, children not able to use playgrounds. I think we're going to see a lot more of that. Also, too, we have the 50 rangers and the 80 PEP officers who will lose their jobs if this funding is not restored. And if you don't think it's possible, 2 years ago, we lost 50 rangers that were not funded as a result of this. So this money has to be baselined. We need the 1%. The 1% is something that we've been working along with New Yorkers for Parks and all the other Play Fair people since 2000, before 9/11 happened. And it hasn't yet materialized. We'd like to see the 1%. Most municipalities have anywhere between 1 and 1.5% dedicated to parks. We have 0.05. We're way beyond the curve, Again, we're not in the fiscal crises of the 70s, when these things were implemented. We appreciate, any funding that we can get, but we cannot rely. I'm sorry. So basically, we're asking for the funding to be restored. We're asking for the 1%. And, now's the time. And again, we thank you.
Thank you. And back to Chair Krishnan.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the work too of all your members as well every day too. I just have two short follow-up questions as well. One is, again, we've heard from Dilsey too, and I'm curious from your perspective as well, Joe. Do you believe the 1% or $1 billion for parks is essential, not only from an equity standpoint and from a climate standpoint, but also to ensure the continuity of services and the support for workers continues as well in our parks?
Most definitely. 1% would alleviate us coming begging every year, to ask for what, is rightfully, everybody's needs to have parks in the condition that they should be in. So safety has become a problem too. Crime has gone up. So eliminating any of the PEP officers or any of the urban park rangers or any of the maintenance staff will just contribute to the downward fallout.
And on the point about the City Cleanup Corps, would you say that was a successful program for our parks, the biggest beneficiary, and should that continue as well?
Yes, unfortunately, a lot of these people have become reliant. They've been continuously working since last year. This has been their full-time job. Now they're all going to be subjected to be laid off come July 1st. I don't know what's going to happen to these people. Are they going to go back on the welfare rolls? Are they going to? Is it going to, make their lives worse as much as it's impacting how much the parks are going to look like? So yeah, we would like to see that money baselined as well. And the 1%, I think, is the solution. I think with that 1% could fill in that gap.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for your institutional knowledge on a lot of this and research.
Great. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Carter Strickland, who will be followed by Marlena Giga.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify at this budget hearing. My name is Carter Strickland. I am the New York State Director for the Trust for Public Land. We just released a new report, Economic Benefits of Parks in New York City. There we go. It quantifies the many benefits of parks. We looked at city, state, and federal parks together in New York City, but city parkland certainly is the majority of park acreage in the city. We found that residents alone visit parks in the city at least 527 million times every year, which is far greater than the number of visitors to the entire New York State and the federal park systems combined by about 50%. Residents' frequent use of parks translate to billions of dollars in benefits every year. In recreational value, over $9 billion, in healthcare cost savings, over $1 billion, and in stormwater management, well over $2 billion. New Yorkers want to live near parks, which contribute over $15 billion in increased property values, and that translates to at least $100 billion in annual property tax revenues for homes within 500 feet of parks. I want to say that our methodologies were pretty conservative, so the numbers could be even bigger. Parks also significantly strengthen the local economy. Domestic travelers who visit the city, at least in part to participate in outdoor activities, spend nearly $18 billion in a typical year, and residents spend an estimated $681 million on sports, recreation, exercise equipment. That's why we're a member of the Play Fair Coalition now. We think 1% would invest in these benefits and return more to New York. I do want to speak quickly to our Schoolyards to Playgrounds partnership with the city. We've been at it since 1996, working with the council and many others. We had a very productive stretch in the Plan YC days with New York City Parks. We'd like to return to that. Right now, we work in partnership with the Schools Construction Authority, Department of Education, and Department of Environmental Protection on this. Capital funding for green schoolyards comes from the council and others. And we'd also like to see operational funding baselined for those funding, because it means that custodians keep those schoolyards open for the public. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'd like to turn it back to Chair Krishnan, and I believe Councilmember Brewer has a question after that. Thank you.
Councilmember Brewer raised her hand first, so she can go first and I'll follow after.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm a big fan of trust for public land. I want every single playground to be trust for public land and open. And I understand that it's 62,400 and some change for the custodians, or a little bit more. Whatever Robert Troller asked for, I would give him. So my question is, do you have a budget? Because obviously I put it in for, new needs, want this now, etc. And it would love to be you. So do you have some sense of how many playgrounds would have to be converted? There obviously are yours, and there are already some that are joint, and that's fine, but there are a whole bunch more that aren't. So do you have some sense of how many, what it would cost to have them be at your standard for the future? Because we want every playground open when school's not in session, as your playgrounds are.
Thank you, Council Member, and it's been a pleasure working with you and in your city council capacity and your former borough president capacity and throughout your career.
Don't worry about it, Carter. Go ahead.
Yeah, but we think there certainly are several hundred more that could be done. We don't have an exact number, and I will say that that's something we would like very much to work with the city on, to get a great sense and an inventory, a GIS inventory of all the schoolyards that are possible. Not every school has an outdoor schoolyard, but many do. As you mentioned, the city has done its own conversions, and they're quite excellent. We've done our own conversions, mostly working together with the city. And we've done on our own 218. I think that the total number that have been converted is 274 throughout the city. And that's wonderful. That provides park access to hundreds of thousands of people. And we think certainly our playgrounds are providing 10-minute walk access, which is the national standard we use. Actually, Parks holds itself to a higher standard, which is maybe appropriate for our biggest city in the country. And there's 5 million people who live within a 10-minute walk of our playground. So there's quite a few more to do. And I will say that, again, looking at the national numbers and the national 10-minute walk standard, there's about 75,000 New Yorkers who live outside of a 10-minute walk to a park. We think 70 new playgrounds or mini parks could get New York City to 100% 10-minute walk access. Only 2 cities have that, Boston and San Francisco. we think New York should certainly be in that elite cadre of parks.
Thank you. I don't care about no damn 10 minutes. I want them all. So just so you know, I don't know nothing about no 10 minutes. So I'm interested in 100% all playgrounds, and that's what we're aiming for. But thank you very much, very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Brewer. Now back to the chair.
Thank you so much, Chris. I couldn't agree with you more, Councilmember Brewer. And I want to acknowledge formally that Councilmember Brewer has joined us. And I agree, Carter, it is a pleasure to work with Councilmember Brewer in any capacity. So thank you for your questions. But Carter, I wanted to say too, thank you so much for your work, for the work with Trust for Public Land, and the excellent report that came out as well. Just following up on the questions that my colleague had. My first question was really about it is true that, I mean, seeing the difference in the rate at which TPL has been able to construct playgrounds within schoolyards. I'm curious, what would it take to have a similar approach with the Parks Department? Councilmember Ressler had mentioned an MOU before. I was just curious of has it been done in the past, or what is possible to expand that opportunity within the parks, within public parks outside of schools?
Well, thank you for that question. Yeah, we are able to, it works so quickly with playgrounds. We've got a working relationship since '96 with Department of Ed and Schools Construction Authority. And, that was all captured under a memorandum of agreement, started small and built it up to the program it is today. It has been amended several times over the years. It was in 2013. We amended it to incorporate the Department of Environmental Protection, which had a green infrastructure program, and they started putting a little degree of funding into those playgrounds so they absorb water, and it really helped the city out in its stormwater management program. We also are in the process actually of amending it now to reflect a commitment that the city has made to fund playgrounds in response to Hurricane Ida. Again, a stormwater management program. So it is possible to amend that MOU. Right now, it only covers Department of Ed properties. We'd certainly be happy to take a look at and undertake with appropriate resources the other types of property, whether it's DOT or others. We do think that New York City has a great park system, and it's widespread. That's why the 10-minute access number is so good. It does lag other park systems in terms of park size, and we do find that there's a significant equity disparity there in communities of color, in particular in low-income communities, which have less parkland per person than others. So that by any means, the city's not done yet, and there's more to do in terms of building new parks and renovating existing parks to get up to standard.
Thank you, and looking forward to discussing the issue in more detail too down the road as well. My only other question is, Councilmember Ressler alluded to this point too, but one of the points of our 5-point plan at our press conference at Unisphere was about a Parks Construction Authority, and it seems to me that the way in which the School Construction Authority is able to take advantage of both the agency and design build projects to move things along quicker. Would you say that a Parks Construction Authority could be helpful in this regard too, and expand the possibility for more partnerships with organizations like TPL and others, and overall help to accelerate the timeline for these projects?
I do think it could help. I mean, you've got, again, great, very committed people at parks, but if you look side by side at what they're able to do, there's structural issues. And so I think structural issues require a structural response to that. For other agencies, they do look, for example, to EDC, as a solution. Others look at authorities, but they're able to move a little bit more flexibly. So I think it's certainly a solution worth exploring.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Marlena Giga, followed by Dan Clay.
Your time will begin.
Hi, my name is Marlena Giga. I am a PEP officer for 20 years and I'm a grievance rep for 983. I have to tell you that the PEP officers, they have been working through the pandemic, focused on engaging the homeless population that's living in New York City parks, working with homeless outreach to provide shelters for the individuals that are in parks. Our park rangers have been working as well through the pandemic, doing public programs, engaging students to come out to the parks. And our maintenance workers have been working round the clocks through the snowstorms, doing sanitation details, plowing the streets, making sure that people were able to have access in the streets. Also, our city seasonal aides have been working round the clock to keep the parks clean and safe, working alongside the full-time employees. And our members are worried about losing their jobs. Every day we get phone calls. We also have staff right now that are being denied time off, even to go to doctor's appointments. We had staff throughout the pandemic that were terminated because they were taking time off to stay with their families. So we urge you to restore the budget. Parks is understaffed. They're not even allowing people time off. Another thing that I want to touch base on is our PEP officers currently escort family members of loved ones buried at Hart Islands. We would like to have dedicated officers assigned there so family members have access to their loved ones more than 2 days per month. So we urge the mayor and city council to restore the budget so all New Yorkers can live in a safe, clean environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Dan Clay.
Your time will begin.
Hi there, everybody. My name is Dan Clay. I'm the local president of the Gardeners of New York City and a gardener in Brooklyn for the past 15 years or so. And just wanted to express two things, essentially, that as a gardener, as one of the pairs of boots on the ground, I'm so thankful. I'm one of the most thankful people here for all this, for all your concern, all you fine people, just your time and energy, and just everything you're doing to make this whole situation better for us and for everybody walking around, all the animals in the city, the soil and the water too. And the other thing I'd like to express is my hope that things don't soon get bogged down because of the budget, and we just face more of these heartbreaking situations, such as storm damage and not having enough pairs of boots to cut these things up and clean up these messes in the mornings in the summer. And I always am optimistically hopeful, and so here's to hoping things that are going to get better in the future. I'll yield the rest of my time. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much. We have another speaker, I believe, from Local 983, who's listed as Burke Local 983. If you're on, can you please identify yourself? And you may begin once doing so.
Your time will begin.
Oh. Okay, if you're not on, this might have been a repeat registration, so I'll give you one more chance. If you're on Local 983, please begin. If not, we can move on. I believe this person might have to be unmuted under attendees. Just give us 1 second, please. Okay, we will come back to you. I believe you're sign on, but we're having again issues with unmuting. So we will move on to another person and come back to you. Our next speaker is Lynn Kelly from New York Restoration Project, followed by Emily Maxwell.
Hi, everyone. I'm Corey Hass, and I'm going to be delivering testimony on behalf of Lynn Kelly, our Executive Director. Good afternoon. My name is Lynn Kelly, and I'm the Executive Director of the New York Restoration Project. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony this evening. I want to offer my hearty congratulations to Park Committee Chair Shekar Krishnan and the members of the Parks Committee. I look forward to working with all of you. I also want to acknowledge our new Parks Commissioner, Sue Donahue, whose breadth of experience and firsthand knowledge of the importance of public and private partnerships will make her a great partner to NYRP and all of our local organizations. For over 25 years, NYRP has planted trees, renovated gardens, restored parks, and transformed open space for communities throughout New York City. We believe that nature is a fundamental right. For over 2 decades, we've invested in and stewarded parks and gardens throughout all 5 boroughs. In this regard, we bring private resources to spaces that need municipal support, fortifying the city's aging infrastructure and creating a healthier environment for those who live in the most densely populated and least green neighborhood. We work to strengthen communities, promote food sovereignty, and counter environmental and social injustice in all 5 boroughs. In order to achieve our vision of a fairer, more equitable city, we need to invest significant resources into our city's green spaces. We are very pleased that Mayor Adams acknowledged the issue of parks equity during his campaign and publicly commented to increasing the budget for the Department of Parks and Recreation to 1% of the total city operating budget. While we were disappointed to see that only $495 million was allocated for the Parks Department in the preliminary budget, we are looking forward to working with the mayor and city council as the budget process ramps up to make 1% for New York parks a reality. Parks and gardens play an invaluable role in our city's continued recovery, and we must ensure that our city's green spaces are supported. Now more than ever, it is imperative that we fulfill our promise to increase parks funding to 1% of the city's operating budget. To help achieve this, NYRP is also calling for a systematic fix to the city's capital process. The capital process is incredibly costly and inefficient for city agencies as well as organizations in dire need of reform. Under the current process, parks projects often take longer to complete and are more costly than they should be, which disproportionately affects our vulnerable neighborhoods. NYRP operates under the conviction that access to nature is a fundamental human right. Together, we can work to make our city more equitable and combat environmental injustice in our communities, beginning by investing in our city's parks and gardens. We urge our partners in city government to prioritize 1% for parks in this year's budget and to help fix the capital process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Emily Maxwell.
Great. Thank you so much to the Committee on Parks and Recreation and to Chair Krishnan for hosting this hearing. It's wonderful to be with you all and to have heard from all of the other advocates. My name is Emily Noble Maxwell. I'm the director of the city's program at the Nature Conservancy in New York. We have about 35,000 members in New York City. And I also help lead the Forest for All NYC coalition that has about 50 organizational members across the city. And so I am here, today to share that we are 100% on board with 1% for parks for all of the reasons that have been shared so far. And also to strongly encourage the committee to increase funding for our urban forests, both in parks and beyond. Parks and our urban forests play a key role in our city's ability to mitigate and adapt to climate change by absorbing heat and stormwater, as well as improving air quality. And other open spaces like New York City Housing Authority campuses, school playgrounds, and others also require investments in greening and tree planting to better care for and advance equity to serve our communities. So the Parks Department cares for over 53% of our urban forest, and yet is chronically underfunded to do so. And while we've seen budget cuts, the budget for forestry is also disproportionately cut over time. And low-income communities and communities of color tend to have less tree cover and therefore receive fewer urban forest benefits, which is especially problematic in our most heat vulnerable communities. I'm going to submit more robust testimony calling for more of our specific numbers, but baselining both the capital and the operational expenses are critical to our park system as a whole and also to our urban forest. We need predictability in our workforce to plan. We're calling for 30% tree canopy cover by 2035. We need as a city to not just be in recovery mode, but to be envisioning and setting meaningful targets for our parks and our urban forest. And to do that, we really need, again, those capital and those operational investments. I know I don't have a ton of time, so I won't go through all the details, but I do want to underscore the need for an open space plan that includes parkland and also our other publicly owned properties, as well as the private side. And of course, today we're talking about the public side. So with that, we just want to urge the City Council Committee on Parks and Recreation to commit to 1% for parks, to support healthy communities, to strengthen our climate resiliency, and to drive an equitable recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic by investing more in our city's parks and urban forests. And thank you so much for the opportunity. We will submit our more full testimony in writing.
Thank you very much. And I'll turn it back to Chair Krishnan.
Thanks, Chris. Thank you so much, Emily, and thank you so much for the work of the Forest for All Coalition too, around the tree canopy in our city. Can you just give some context when we talk about the tree canopy currently in our city, the urban heat island effect? Where do things stand as a city in terms of the tree cover we have and also how it's distributed across our city?
Absolutely. Thank you for that question. So New York City has approximately 22% tree canopy across the city as a whole. And that's really the overstory of our trees. It provides us shade. It helps cool our streets. And one of the things that I thought was most interesting was that, an investment in parks is an investment in public health. We know, if we look at the city's own research from the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene, that some of our communities are extremely heat vulnerable. That means they experience more death and illness related to heat. And in those communities, we see a variety of factors. One of those factors in general is that they tend to have lower tree canopy. When we look across the city, there's a real range of tree cover. Some communities, and, Councilmember Christian, we've talked about this, like your own, do have lower canopy. Some have much higher. There's a tremendous opportunity both to protect and care for the tree canopy that already exists. And again, Parks cares for about 53.5% of existing canopy, and also to plant more trees to expand our canopy, both in where it is, but also where it isn't already. And so this is really critical. We know that by 2050, the city will be experiencing about 3 to 5 times the number of heat waves we currently experience. That will lead to more illness and fatality if we don't address that now.
Thank you. In fact, I believe there were about 300 deaths related to excessive heat last year, and many of them were concentrated in low-income communities of color too. One more question I have too is, given what you had mentioned about the existing state of the tree canopy cover and distribution, where we need to get to in terms of 30% by 2035, which I believe is so crucial as well. Would you say that a budget of 1% or $1 billion for parks is an essential step on the way towards sufficient and equitably distributed tree canopy cover in our city?
Yeah, so thank you for your endorsement of 30 by 35. And really the reason for that is to advance equity and all of these climate resilience goals. I would say that it is necessary, but not sufficient. So it is a terrific step. And as I noted, certainly we want to see the Parks Department budget increase to 1%. And again, baseline on the capital and operational side. We also know, though, that other critical properties that are owned by the city really do need investment and attention. So going back to my colleague Carter Strickland's testimony, our schoolyards present greening opportunities. NYCHA campuses are often some of the very limited open space and tree cover in some of our most heat vulnerable communities and present a tremendous opportunity for more tree planting. We have an estimate that perhaps 12,000 additional trees could be planted on NYCHA campuses. And if you you made the appropriate both capital and operational investments, that could really go a long way to greening communities. So I want to be a huge supporter of 1% for parks. It would be an essential step. And of course, we'll need to keep thinking about how we do more together.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Heather Lubov, followed by Karen Emis from the Waterfront Alliance.
Your time will begin.
Thank you, Chair Krishnan and Parks Committee members. I'm Heather Lubov. I'm the Executive Director of City Parks Foundation. We are a citywide nonprofit that encourages New Yorkers to use and care for their neighborhood parks and green spaces, because we believe that our city's parks are the most fundamentally democratic of public spaces, providing equal opportunities for recreation, community building, environmental resilience, and rejuvenation. As everyone has mentioned, the pandemic has made it clear that parks are essential to our city's physical and mental wellness. We are honored to partner with and serve 310,000 New Yorkers every year through Summer Stage, the Swedish Cottage Marionette Theater and its Puppet Mobile, sports and environmental education programs, and Partnerships for Parks, a critical community building program that we manage jointly with NYC Parks, which reaches out to and provides technical support for 21,000 volunteers and nearly 600 community park groups. We also serve as an administrator of the NYC Green Relief Fund, which raised more than $6 million in private support to help fund parks nonprofits during the pandemic. NYC Parks is already underfunded and struggling with insufficient staffing. The mayor's proposed budget cuts will make it challenging to serve all communities equitably. Partnerships for Parks will stand to lose 3 more positions, which is an 8% cut. As a member of the Play Fair Coalition, we call on the city to fully fund parks with 1% of the city's budget. We're also requesting an increase in the council's Visionary Parks Equity Initiative, which has enabled us to significantly expand the number of park stewardship groups that we support through Partnerships for Parks, and has also helped us expand our free neighborhood programming that brings residents into their parks. Our 40-person team of both DPR and CPF outreach workers, trainers, and volunteer coordinators is operating at full capacity, right as NYC Parks launches the renovation of 100 more parks through the Community Parks Initiative. We need additional funding to grow and empower more community volunteers in these and other under-resourced parks through workshops, grants, mentorship, coaching, and intensive outreach. The initiative also supports our public programs in 60 parks, funding tools and supplies for volunteer projects, instructors for seniors fitness, tennis, golf, track, and soccer for kids, concerts, and environmental education for the next generation. Thank you for the opportunity to testify and for your continued support for our city's parks and open spaces.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Karen Emis from the Waterfront Alliance.
Time will begin.
Thank you, Chair Krishnan and council members. I'm Karen Imus, Vice President of Programs of the Waterfront Alliance. I'm sorry, I'm not sure why my video isn't on, but I'll keep going. We're an alliance of 1,100 plus organizations and businesses committed to resilient and revitalized waterfronts. We look forward to working with this council and the new administration to ensure that the city provides quality public access to the waterfront, especially where social and physical barriers exist. Aging infrastructure, hardened shoreline design, trash and dumping are just some of the physical barriers that persist in New York City's parks, along with lack of funding, particularly in lower income communities of color. Waterfront parks figure centrally into New York City's open space and pose unique challenges and opportunities in terms of operations and maintenance. In fact, New York City Parks maintains approximately 160 miles, or almost half, of publicly owned waterfront property. These beautiful open spaces are especially vulnerable to flooding, storm surges, and other consequences of extreme weather. And at the same time, the recreational and educational opportunities from boating to fishing to marine education are a tremendous benefit to the public. We stand in partnership with the Play Fair campaign to call for 1% commitment for parks in the FY23 budget. The waterfront facilities maintained by the Parks Department are 76 years old on average, which is a long stretch for infrastructure that takes constant abuse from water and weather. Parks workers are also at the front lines of post-storm maintenance, which is no small task. When Hurricane Sandy battered the region, the storm swamped 5,700 acres of city's parkland and spawned $800 million in damages, and Hurricane Ida had similar impacts. We need to prioritize more resilient features into park designs, upgrades, and retrofits, and fund these. I would also like to highlight the systemic waterfront access gaps in underserved communities. One of the ways in which gaps can be addressed is to leverage city-owned vacant and unused public land at the water's edge, a concept endorsed by the citywide comprehensive waterfront plan. There are up to 1,000 underutilized city properties along the waterfront. These sites can bring physical, recreational, social, health, green infrastructure, and economic benefits to a community when opened. We urge the administration and the council to open more quality waterfront open space to the communities that need them most. This is an equity, climate, and public health issue that merits greater action. I've submitted more detailed testimony, and thank you very much for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker will be Kathy Nazari, followed by Rosa Chang.
Your time will begin.
My unmuted. Good afternoon and congratulations, Chair Krishnan and members of the Parks Committee. I'm Kathy Nazari, founder and chair of Lights Out Coalition, a coalition of 37 animal welfare, environmental, scientific, and veterinary organizations. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today about the need to increase the budget for city parks, particularly for cleanup, messaging, and enforcement. Our testimony was written by coalition member Denise Kelly, founder and president of Avian Welfare Coalition. The benefits of having a spacious and beautiful space like Central Park are manyfold, which is why it's so distressing to see the amount of toxic trash carelessly discarded throughout all our parks. Trash that presents health and safety hazards to both animals and humans alike, like fishing wire, fishing hooks, and balloons, or a pile of cigarette butts indicating that smokers may be using remote areas to avoid being seen, presenting other dangers. On a recent walk around the reservoir, we observed one piece of trash per foot, not including the piles of waste along the water's edge, like diapers and wee-wee pad, and we will share photos with you. We appreciate that the city is grappling with increasing crime and COVID recovery. Equally important to our overall quality of life is civility and a clean environment. Allowing a free-for-all attitude when it comes to city property inevitably leads to other abuses and diminishes the spirit of respect towards our neighbors. To that end, the parks budget should be increased and stronger rules should be implemented to keep our parks safer and cleaner for everyone to enjoy. We offer a few possible recommendations to consider. More visible signage throughout the park warning that discarding trash improperly is subject to fines. Increased surveillance, boots on the ground enforcement with the authority to issue summonses. Increased enforcement of existing park rules. Install hidden cameras in the most vulnerable areas. Increase the number of waste receptacles. Impose a $500 fine for smoking in the park. Impose a $500 fine for discarding fishing wire or hooks. Prohibit the use of cooking equipment and I'll just finish up. Prohibit the use of cooking equipment and fires entirely in wooded areas. Designate a Clean Our Parks Day, giving New Yorkers an opportunity to collect trash and put it in a designated area for sanitation department pickup. Additionally, address the illegal releasing of animals, whether domestic or wild, in the parks. Banned by New York State animal cruelty laws, this problem is widespread and often results in the animal's death. Provide signage notifying the illegality and information about proper surrender. Impose a $1,000 fine for illegal release. Remove and relocate these animals to wildlife rehabilitation centers or shelters where they can be properly cared for and examined for microchips or other means of identification. This also provides information to hold those offenders accountable. Fines provide both a deterrent and a means to fund these services. Without holding those accountable for disregarding the rules, the problem only worsens. We're New Yorkers, we can do this. Lights Out Coalition is happy to work with you on these initiatives, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Rosa Chang, who will be followed by Scott Daly.
Your time will begin.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Rosa Chang from Brooklyn Bridge, Manhattan, a community-led nonprofit working to build a new 9-acre public park underneath the iconic Brooklyn Bridge. And in the midst of global crisis and random violence in our subways, streets, and homes, it feels like our neighborhoods, our city, and even our world are falling apart. And I've been grappling with in this moment, is this the right time to be fighting to fund our neighborhood parks? How important is a playground for children and seniors, or a bit of soothing nature in our oftentimes unforgiving concrete jungle? And a quote from Mayor Adams, actually a quote from Desmond Tutu comes to mind that Mayor Adams introduced me to. He said, there comes a point where we need to stop just pulling people out of the river. We need to go upstream and find out why they are falling in. And my message to all of you and Mayor Adams is that jails are downstream and building community is upstream, and communities are built in our parks. So we must fund our parks. A straight line exists between our failure to sufficiently fund our parks and the crisis that we find ourselves in today. The Brooklyn Banks are a perfect example of why parks are so important. In the shadow of the Brooklyn Bridge, skaters created an amazing playground, a place where they met strangers that became their family, and where they learned to fall and dust themselves off and get up and try again and again and again 1,000 times more. It was a place where race and age and gender, class, religion, all those lines that we draw around ourselves fell away, and only humans remained. But the banks have been closed for over a decade, and the reverberation of that loss, an opportunity to experience a place to truly connect with others and find your people for a generation of children is enormous, which is why now is absolutely the right time to fight to fund our parks, to fight for new parks, and to fight to reopen the Brooklyn Banks and build even more parks for all of us. So thank you to Commissioner Donahue for agreeing to come and visit our park with Council Member Christopher Marte so that we can bring back the banks. And I invite all of you to come on a tour, because parks are the spaces where we find and strengthen the ties that bind. Parks are where we form the relationships that we lean in times of crisis. And magic happens in parks. It doesn't happen on the streets and sidewalks where we pass each other by. It's in parks where we build the space and make the time to actually engage and play together. It is random joy and discovery and human connection. Where we choose to spend our money is a crystal clear indicator of our priorities. And Bishop Desmond Tutu and Mayor Eric Adams were right. We need to go upstream. So to Mayor Adams and to our City Council, it's your budget, your choice. Let's go upstream and fund our parks. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Scott Daly, who will be followed by Sky Pape.
Your time will begin.
Hey, I hope I'm unmuted. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Chair Krishnan and members of the committee for allowing me to testify today on behalf of the New York Junior Tennis and Learning, incorporated as NYJTL. For the last 50 years, we have partnered with the New York City Council and been a driving force in the city of New York to provide free tennis to over 85,000 kids each and every year. You know, it's always said that talent is universal, but opportunity is not. Through your support, through the continued funding and help of the City Council, we've been able to provide this opportunity, access to tennis to kids who otherwise would not ever have a chance of having tennis rackets in their hands. As far as what we do and where we go, it's free tennis anywhere within the city of New York for the entire 12 months a year. We have programs that run in the parks, specifically in the parks. We're in Crotona Park, St. James, and Williamsbridge, in the Bronx, in Manhattan, Howard Bennett, and Octagon, in Brooklyn. I know we're at Linden Park. We're all over. Jackie Robin from McDonald Park, Queens, starting in Bayswater, in Far Rockaway, to Clintonville, to Keith Williams, to Dutch Kills, to Juniper Valley, Staten Island, Wolf Pond, Silver Lake. We are truly citywide. We touch each and every council district. We want these kids to play, and there's no way that these kids will ever get the chance to participate without the continued support of the council. And we are asking this year to continue. We want to continue the funding that we get from the city council. We are seeking an enhancement. The enhancement is not possible. Please, we need each and every last penny. We're working on the same exact number from the city council.
Time has expired.
Thank you very much. That we received. Okay, thanks very much, everybody. I am grateful. I look forward to seeing you all. Please come out and visit us. Thank you.
Mr. Daly, you can finish up your testimony if there's more to add.
Well, I just want to invite everybody out there. I was going to mention that, we are at the funding level that at the time that this funding level was established for us in the city council, the minimum wage in the city of New York was $6.55. We are working on that same amount of money. And now with the current minimum wage of 15, I know what we're paying our people. It's tough to extend those dollars and to stretch them. We do it. We're able to do it. But believe me, if we had more money, we got the enhancement that we're looking for, we could increase the hours. We wouldn't have to cut them back. Thank you very much, Chair. I'm grateful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Sky Pape, who will be followed by Deborah Kirshner.
Time will begin.
Thank you, Chair Krishnan, for this chance to provide public testimony. My name is Sky Pape, and I've lived in Inwood for over 20 years, where our green spaces include the natural forest and tidal salt marshes of Inwood Hill Park. I'm a citizen scientist who works with several organizations who've testified here today. Uptown, we don't have the kind of resources that can privately fund the necessary upkeep of our parks, along with the programming that steers people towards stewardship. We need to expand the Urban Parks Rangers program, and the city would suffer tremendously if Mayor Adams goes ahead with cutting over $60 million in parks funding and thousands of essential parks jobs. Our uptown parks are threatened by forest degradation and climate change issues. Funding is needed to advance urban wetland restoration preservation, to protect and preserve our living shoreline, especially in these parks that abut our waterways. We need dedicated forestry professionals to evaluate and maintain Manhattan's only remaining natural forests and the hundreds of miles of trails in our parks that connect people with nature in our midst. Parks and Rec manages and maintains approximately 30,000 acres of land covering 14% of the city. Yet for decades, it has operated on an austerity plan with just 0.5% of the city budget. Former Commissioner Adrienne Benaby just shared an excellent report by the Trust for Public Land on the economic benefits of parks in New York City. I urge you to read it, but the thrust is this. Parks conservatively provide over $45 billion in annual economic benefits, including healthcare cost savings, recreational use values, stormwater treatment savings, reduction in air pollutants, mitigating heat effects, and increasing our resiliency from rising sea levels. Parks strengthen our local economy by attracting tourism, supporting local jobs, boosting spending at local businesses, and generating local tax revenue. It is absolutely crucial that the city fully fund these natural areas. It's indefensible to talk about the urgency of climate change and environmental justice while cutting resources that impact designated environmental justice communities such as we have in Upper Manhattan. So I make a plea for funding at 1% or more for the budget to reflect meaningful turnaround for addressing the need at hand. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Deborah Kirshner, who will be followed by Michael Burke.
Your time will begin.
Thank you. I am Deborah Kirshner, Vice President of External Relations at Prospect Park Alliance, the nonprofit organization that sustains Prospect Park in partnership with the city. I'm here today to support the efforts of the Playfair campaign to advocate for critical funding for parks in the upcoming budget, and for the city to fulfill the mayor's campaign promise of 1% of the city's budget for parks. COVID-19 has made it resoundingly clear that parks and open spaces are essential to the well-being of our communities. Prospect Park is truly Brooklyn's backyard. We welcome more than 10 million visits each year from every zip code in Brooklyn and beyond. As a community park, Prospect Park is a critical gathering space for family reunions, birthday parties, and all manners of picnics and barbecues. Our 585 acres provide fresh air and respite to Brooklyn residents who have the least amount of green space per capita in all of New York City. Making Prospect Park a welcoming and accessible space for the diverse communities of Brooklyn is a key part of our mission. And without the support of the city and our elected officials, our work would not be possible. Visitorship to our park has increased significantly during the pandemic. We saw a record number of visitors and the resulting impact in terms of significant wear and tear in the park. At the same time, when the pandemic hit, New York City parks experienced significant budget cuts, and Prospect Park Alliance relies on its partnership with the city's Parks Department for essential maintenance, trash management, and general upkeep. Parks are essential infrastructure that are critical to our health and well-being and are drivers of social equity. New York City Parks has been operating with an austerity budget for more than 40 years, with just 0.5% of the city budget allocated to parks, despite the fact that parks comprise 14% of city land. This chronic underfunding, with additional loss of staff and a hiring freeze in recent years, has been devastating for our parks. In 2020, the care of our parks by New York City Parks was the most challenged on record since New York City Parks began recording their condition in 2004. Among the biggest issues were accessibility, for example, comfort station closures, safety and park conditions, including challenges with Okay. Just to wrap up, I just wanted to say that we applaud the City Council for considering the critical need to increase funding for city parks in the upcoming budget cycle and recognize our parks as essential infrastructure. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Michael Burke, who will be followed by Luke Boyd.
Time will begin. Time will begin.
Thank you very much. Thank you, council members. My name is Michael Burke. I'm an urban park ranger and a DC 37 grievance rep. I worked through the pandemic with a lot of the Playfair Rangers who were laid off. During the pandemic, not only were we doing programming for the hardest hit COVID neighborhoods, zip code by zip code, but also we were frontline responders. We were giving out masks. I personally gave out thousands of masks along with the urban park rangers in Queens to a lot of the neighborhoods hardest hit. I know Elmhurst was bad. Jackson Heights was bad. And we were there. We went to local parks and playgrounds and gave out masks. I just want to say I appreciate very much everybody's stewardship. And I would like for the urban park ranger funds and the PEP officer funds, if you guys can, please make sure that these are set forward for the future. I would like to see the jobs that were taken, unfortunately, in the middle of the pandemic, that we could help them and save these jobs going forward. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Luke Boyd, followed by Evie Hansopoulos.
Time will begin.
Good afternoon, Chairman Krishnan and members of the committee. On behalf of Historic Richmond Town, thank you for hearing my testimony on support of our city's parks and cultural institutions. I'm here today to advocate for the continued financial support of our city's parks and cultural organizations, as they are critical resources for our local communities and visitors. Throughout this pandemic, our city's parks, museums, and cultural institutions have sought to serve a public beleaguered by lockdowns and social isolation. Despite limited funding and resources, cultural institutions and parks have provided well-attended programming both in person and virtually, proving the value of these spaces to the people of this city. HRT is a member of the city's cultural institutions group, and throughout the COVID-19 crisis, all CIGs have demonstrated a commitment to supporting the public health and well-being of the city. HRT operates a space of 100 acres of parkland in the middle of Staten Island. In March of 2020, when programming came to a halt, Historic Richmond Town pivoted to virtual programming, which saw over 100,000 impressions online. As the city reopened, HRT resumed in-person programs and events, including the Richmond County Fair, which has been hosted on our site for more than 40 years, which drew 11,000 people last Labor Day weekend, and our pumpkin picking at Decker Farm in October, which over 4 weekends drew over 7,000 people safely. Educational programming is also at the forefront of our mission, and resources for students have been offered consistently throughout the pandemic. These include free enrichment activities, after-school programming, and virtual field trips, which have been offered since last June. What's important, though, is in this conversation is the access to our grounds. Historic Richmond Town's grounds are free and open to the public and serve as a welcome respite in urban life. Every day, visitors enjoy hikes in our site's green spaces and quiet walks through the restored Living History Village and Arboretum. The site offers visitors a space of recreation, reflection, meditation, and social connection to all who pass through our gates. This summer, HRT is building a native encampment on our property, which will allow visitors to learn about the Lenape people who lived on Staten Island before European colonization.
Time has expired.
Projects like this would be impossible without the support of our mayor and city council. I'd like to thank the mayor, the city council for their time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Evie Hansopoulos, followed by Catherine Bradley.
Your time will begin.
Are you there, Evie Hansopoulos? Give us 1 second to unmute you, please. Sorry for the inconvenience.
Thanks. Yeah, I was trying to unmute myself. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. My name is Evie Hansopoulos, and I'm the new Executive Director for the Queens Botanical Garden. Thank you so much to Chair Shekhar Krishnan and the Parks Committee Council members for providing this opportunity to discuss the impact and importance of parks, gardens, and open spaces to the health and well-being of New York City. So the Queens Botanical Garden is located on 39 acres of city-owned land in Flushing, Queens, and we're the place where people, plants, and cultures meet. And we're proud to be a member of the Cultural Institutions Group, a diverse coalition of 34 cultural organizations across the 5 boroughs with a distinct public-private partnership with the City of New York. So in a typical year, the Queens Botanical Garden welcomes over 220,000 people, from local residents who practice Tai Chi when we open our gates at 8 a.m. each morning, to over 30,000 school children who engage in our outstanding environmental science programs on site, as well as their schools. The diversity of Queens is tremendous, and we see it reflected every day on our campus, with about 60% of our visitors speaking a language other than English at home. Gardens, parks, cultural institutions, and outdoor spaces have been a lifeline to the residents of our city during the pandemic and provide safe, engaging, and beautiful places to explore. Queens Botanical Garden also hosts the New York Compost Project, where we collect and process food scraps that get diverted from landfill and turned into compost for public use. We use our 1-acre farm to grow and donate 5,000 pounds of food to local food pantries. We host over 250 interns, 2,000 volunteers, 36 city cleanup corps members, 80 community service workers through the court system, and over 60 SYEP youth who gain critical skills in horticulture, composting, hospitality, education, urban farming, and maintenance. And we partner with community parks like Baisley Pond Park to beautify them and educate residents on environmental issues. So our parks, gardens, and open spaces, as well as the cultural institutions that are connected to them, are more than just nice places to visit. They are critical to our city's economy, our city's sustainability, and our city's wellness. They are essential, and they should be funded as such. So we support Chair Krishnan's 5-point plan for ensuring that our city has a world-class park system that is beautiful, equitable, and sustainable. We need 1% for parks, and we need to ensure that the cultural programming that brings many of them to life is also well supported. In those areas lacking green space and in those areas that are most under-resourced, we need to direct funding to ensure equity and positive social outcomes. Sustainability and climate mitigation are intertwined with our parks and open spaces, and we need more. In addition to the $1 million for parks, we ask for restoration of all council initiatives, including greener initiatives. We must ensure that our parks and recreation spaces showcase that NYC is the premier destination for tourists, a leader in addressing climate change, and a place where our residents are able to thrive and be well, especially in communities of color. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Catherine Bradley, followed by Roxanne Delgado.
Sorry, Chris, just wanted to jump in very quickly and just say thank you so much, Evie, for your testimony, for the great work that you and the Queens Botanical Garden do every day for us in Queens, really bringing our communities together for such a cherished and beautiful space that I know so many of us and so many immigrant families enjoy too. So thank you for all your work. Thank you to the QBG for all their work too.
Thank you, Chair. And Catherine Bradley, followed by Roxanne Delgado, are next.
Time will begin.
Thank you and good afternoon. My name is Catherine Bradley and I serve on the board of the Historic House Trust. First, we applaud Chair Krishnan for supporting the need to dedicate 1% of the city's budget to NYC Parks. As a member of the Play Fair Coalition, HHT knows that this allocation is essential in maintaining our city parks and resources, including the 23 historic house museums. These museums serve under-resourced communities by making their parks more vibrant and equitable. They engage the public, including local school children, through programs that address inclusivity, ecology, history, science, and the arts. HHT has partnered with NYC Parks for 33 years to address the special maintenance needs of these historic properties. These needs can only be resolved through special budgetary allocations to address deferred maintenance. As expressed at this committee's hearing on historic houses in 2020, deferred maintenance causes major damage to these museums over time and hinders their ability to provide public programs. To address deferred maintenance, HHT requests budgetary allocations in two areas. Number one, increase annual OTPS funds from $107,000 to $300,000. For 15 years, HHT's OTPS allocation has plateaued, while routine maintenance needs have increased exponentially. This increase will save city money in the long term by reducing needs for large-scale capital projects and will ensure proper safety for visitors. And number two, create an annual $2 million specialty service contract for maintenance needs not covered by OTPS funds, including painting, roofing, and other major repairs. This contract will allow cyclical maintenance on 3 houses per year, alleviating increased demands on borough shops and providing a more efficient and reliable process. Thank you for this opportunity to voice our needs. Please join us in advocating for these historic sites and the communities who rely on them as centers of culture and education. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Roxanne Delgado, followed by Eric Booker.
Time will begin.
Hi, this is Roxanne Delgado. I'm the founder of Friends of Helen Parkway. We were founded in August 2017. At first cleanup, we collected over 45 bags of trash, car bumper, including a bathroom sink. At that time, we posted pictures as a badge of honor, but now I think about it, it's a badge of embarrassment because that type of trash does not happen overnight. It's due to lack of maintenance. So yes, I am for funding 1% for maintenance operation because it's much needed. But also we need accountability and transparency because Parks is a mismanaged agency. But nonetheless, it is underfunded. And I think the mayor, Eric Adams, he should keep to his commitment because this is what happens. We have electeds and wannabe electeds that come to our cleanup, take the photo ops with us, and then disappear like magic. This is why people don't vote. This is why people don't have trust in their government because you make commitments, but you don't follow through. So this is not just about the environment. This is about democracy. If someone makes a commitment to the people, keep your word. If you don't keep your word, less people will vote for you and less people will participate in elections because we have, every time we go through elections, people make all these promises, but they don't deliver. I would like to say that as an environmental group, I'm all for trees, but why plant trees when parks do not care for trees? The tree care in the Bronx, there's none. And when I send emails and photos for months and months and months, they go unanswered. So why plant a tree to be doomed to die? They're very sad to see mature trees being neglected and left to die. This is not something that's beneficial to the community to watch a tree left neglected. So if you're going to put a million trees more, at least care for the trees because right now we have no tree care. And lastly, I like to say people like to talk about people of color, inequities, environmental justice, but those same people don't practice what they preach because I can tell you in Palm Parkway, they removed all trees and they planted them where the homeowners are, where Jacoby Hospital is, but not where NYCHA is, where they removed the trees.
Time is expired.
We have a lot of issues in the Parks Department where there's no equities and there's a lack of respect for people of color. Thank you so much. Hello?
Yes, thank you. Yes,
Thank
thank
you.
you very much. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Eric Booker, followed by Kimberly Meyer, excuse me.
Time will begin.
Thank you and good afternoon, Chair Krishnan and members of the committee. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify here today. My name is Eric Booker and I currently serve as the Assistant Curator and Exhibition Coordinator at the Studio Museum in Harlem, an organization that for over 50 years has been the nexus for artists of African descent locally, nationally, and internationally. The Studio Museum is also a proud member of the Cultural Institutions Group and is deeply grateful to partner with and receive support from the city. At the time of its founding in 1968, the Studio Museum was envisioned as an institution that would connect deeply with its audiences and explore opportunities for a museum to operate and engage beyond its walls. The community-oriented approach informed the establishment of In Harlem, a dynamic set of programs that brings our mission directly into the community. A central aspect of this initiative has been collaborating with artists of African descent on exhibitions in the 4 historic Harlem parks, a few of which I would like to highlight for you today. In 2016, we mounted exhibitions of work by Kevin Beasley in Morningside Park and Rudy Shepard in Jackie Robinson Park. In 2018, artist Marion Hassinger created site-specific sculptures in Marcus Garvey Park with the assistance of volunteers from the Studio Museum's teen programs, as well as the surrounding community, resulting in a project made in Harlem for Harlem. In 2019, the exhibition Chloe Bass Wayfinding in St. Nicholas Park combined text and archival images to encourage moments of private reflection in public space. This installation proved particularly poignant with the onset of the pandemic, as there were so few opportunities for New Yorkers to interact with art in person. Each of these exhibitions, realized in partnership with NYC Parks, reflects the Studio Museum's ongoing commitment to facilitating meaningful engagement within a neighborhood synonymous with creativity, history, and Black culture. The city's support of parks and public spaces is more urgent than ever. We recognize that you are making thoughtful budget decisions as you work to revitalize our city's economy, and I ask you to remember that parks are our most accessible venue for culture, fostering interactions with art and audiences of all ages and backgrounds. Thriving parks and public spaces have been and continue to be a vital part of the partner of to the CIGs and the cultural community as a whole, as we strive to make culture available to all New Yorkers. Thank you again for your support of the cultural community and the opportunity to testify at this hearing today. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Kimberly Meyer, followed by Jessica Zafonte.
Your time will begin.
Thank you, Chair Krishnan and the members of the Parks Committee and council colleagues. I want to start by expressing my personal gratitude to Brooklyn Parks, which has done so much to support our work at the Old Stone House. Today, however, I'm delivering testimony on behalf of 12 sites in the Historic House Trust Network: Bartow Pell Mansion in the Bronx, Hendrick Lott House, Old Stone House, and Wyckoff House in Brooklyn, Merchants House Museum and Morris Jamel Mansion in Manhattan, the Bound House, King Manor Museum, Kingsland Homestead, Lewis Latimer House, and Queens County Farm Museum in Queens, and the Alice Austin House in historic Richmond Town in Staten Island. We, the not-for-profit organizations that operate these historic sites, provide millions of New Yorkers with opportunities to connect to the history of our city and build community through relationships that are made in these diverse neighborhood parks. The persistent lack of care and the challenges of maintaining the city-owned historic structures that house our nonprofit organizations makes our mission-critical work extremely challenging. As community partners, our not-for-profit staffs are on site daily, working with parks to maintain safe, well-cared-for open spaces for New Yorkers who may not have access to larger green spaces and cultural organizations. In our testimony at the November 18, 2020 Parks Committee hearing on the state of historic houses under the jurisdiction of parks, as well as last year's March 12, 21 budget hearing, we highlighted some of the issues that our nonprofits face, issues that continue largely unsolved today. Between the 23 sites in the Historic House Trust Network, more than $50 million in capital funding allocated for unbuilt projects has been pending for more than 2 decades. Completing these projects in a timely, efficient manner is critical for all New Yorkers, and it's an effort that has been not effectively managed under the Historic House Trust. These historic sites face unique challenges in care and ongoing preventive maintenance plans, as well require a different approach to capital projects. Challenges that will only be further compromised with the mayor's proposed budget cuts over the next 4 years. Investments in direct capital support for our nonprofit organizations are an investment in New York City, working toward creative solutions for capital projects, potentially having the ability to utilize the resources of both the Parks Department as well as the Department of Design and Construction through the Department of Cultural Affairs will add to the long-term operation and maintenance of our sites. Additionally, direct operational support for ongoing general maintenance projects and facility staff will improve the stability of these important New York City assets that are currently in jeopardy. Thank you for your advocacy and commitment to parks and our sites, and for the opportunity to testify today. We appreciate your continued support.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Jessica Zafante, followed by Sarah Williams.
Time will begin.
Hello. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay.
Yes,
I run the New York City-based animal rescue group, They All Want to Live. Our rescue group focuses on domestic birds and other animals abandoned in public parks, as well as sick and injured wildlife. And I'm really just here to say that the amount of time that we spend in public parks because of the work that we do, you see some things, and I think it would be shocking to some people, but everything from people coming to the park and releasing thousands of reptiles and amphibians into parks, truckloads of bagels coming and being dumped into ponds, dead human bodies, unfortunately, people catching, killing, eating wildlife, people living in the parks. I think that everyone appreciates that these are spaces that desperately need to be regulated and cared for. And that's just because of the sheer number of people who visit city parks as opposed to, most other parks in the country. And without, sufficient funds for maintenance, obviously they become unsafe for both humans as well as animals. And I just want to speak very quickly to the 2 main issues that we see and why we need specifically park enforcement and the urban park rangers. I mean, we need more than they have now. We certainly cannot do with less. And it's because the 2 issues are obviously abandonment of animals in public parks. I don't think people really appreciate, I know I didn't, how incredibly vast this problem is. We're in the middle of right now of an avian influenza epidemic that could take out the entire poultry industry. And, they've already destroyed 15 million flocks of birds. The last time this happened, the federal government had to pay $1 billion to get the poultry industry back on its feet. This is the kind of problem that happens when domestic animals and wild birds interact and disease is spread. So it destroys ecosystems. It's terrible for the animals, but we have, what are we going to do? We have to enforce the no dumping rules. We need PEP to do that. And the urban park rangers, they're out there they're the lifeline that these animals have. They catch them, they bring them to ACC. It's just a very important job. Obviously, the other issue is wildlife. Because of the incredible amount of people in the parks, leaving their garbage, fishing, it's very, very, very problematic. And we need as not only the enforcement, but we obviously need as much park maintenance to remove this dangerous litter as possible, because what we're seeing is just animals that are absolutely tied up. They're sick and dying from eating improper things. And, everyone understands that this is happening, but I just wanted to come here today as someone who's always in the park to tell you that it really is a huge and widespread problem affecting a lot of animals in our city parks.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Sarah Williams, followed by Matt Molina.
Your time will begin.
I'm Sarah McCollum Williams, Executive Director of Green Gorillas, a nonprofit that supports community gardens and activates youth engaged in food justice across the city. Special thanks to all of the council members present at this hearing who have been strong supporters of community gardens. As people who care deeply about green spaces across New York City, we're in the midst of an exciting moment. Key transitions across the city government and within the Parks Department itself offer us an important opportunity to work together to strengthen communities and provide stronger support for green spaces. On behalf of community gardeners across the city, I urge you to ensure that each level of the city government understands the importance of supporting community gardens and their stewards. Community gardeners provide their neighborhoods with tangible resources, resilience. They create food access. They foster life-giving connections between people and nature. They strengthen community bonds. They engage youth. They empower seniors. They foster biodiversity and environmental resilience. We ask you to protect, preserve, expand, and properly maintain community gardens, to uplift community gardens as sites of food and environmental justice and activators of solidarity economies. Community gardens need more support from the city. They're essential infrastructure for neighborhood food production, rest and respite, and environmental benefit. To ensure that they can continue to enrich neighborhoods across the city, they need community affirming funding. While on the campaign trail, Mayor Adams committed to funding New York City parks with 1% of the New York City budget. He said, "We need to do everything we can to preserve the future generations of New Yorkers the right to these essential parks." We join with our colleagues in the Playfair Coalition to urge Mayor Adams and the city to make good on this commitment, and we stand in support of the 5-point plan for parks equity created by New Yorkers for Parks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Matt Molina, followed by Jennifer Wainwright.
Your time will begin.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Matt Molina. I'm the director and founder of NYCH2O. We're a nonprofit organization that provides education programs and stewardship programs in all 5 boroughs. The commissioner talked about expanding open access around the city. If I told you that there were 50 acres of green space that were not open to the public at all, would you believe me? Anybody? 50 acres right here in the 5 boroughs. Would you believe me? Anybody? Well, it's true. The Ridgewood Reservoir in Highland Park, pictured behind me, has 50 continuous acres that is completely inaccessible to the public. Let's open it up safely with boardwalks. We could even use the trees that have fallen down in those basins of the historic reservoir because they haven't been maintained and have been overgrown with invasive vines, and hundreds have been blown over, like in Hurricane Isaias more than a year ago. The chairman asked Carter Strickland from the Trust for Public Land what it would take for parks to engage community groups and partnerships like the Trust for Public Land does with the Department of Education. Your question is right on the mark, Chairman. This should be the focus for parks, is engaging community groups that do a lot of the work. We've heard a lot of the work in parks. We've heard from a number of them on this call. We should be empowered. And as Councilman Holden pointed out, you know, to pay $3,000 to plant 1 tree just seems out of whack. NYCH2O planted 200 trees in Highland Park last year. We didn't get paid $600,000. We did it for the cost of employing 5 employees who worked with and organized 20 volunteers to help with the planting. So this is what we're proposing. Us together with 5 partners, including the Bronx River Alliance, the Jamaica Bay Park, Rockaway Conservancy, Natural Areas Conservancy, and Van Cortlandt Park propose a modest expansion to the Greener NYC initiative, and we will expand on a citywide ecological sustainability program with boots on the ground and leverage thousands of volunteers and engage the community in this work as well as environmental education. I shared this proposal with the chair of the Environmental Protection Committee, the Finance Committee, and also with Chairman Christian's office. Thank you, and please think about this proposal.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Jennifer Wainwright, followed by Kay Webster.
Your time will begin.
Good afternoon, Chair Krishnan and members of the committee. My name is Jennifer Wainwright, and I'm the Communications Manager at the Randall Island Park Alliance, RIPA. I will be delivering this testimony on behalf of RIPA, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify today. Randall Island Park is located in East Harlem, in the East River, between East Harlem, the South Bronx, and Astoria, Queens. RIPA develops and maintains the park and provides and facilitates extensive public programming. To do so, we work in close partnership with the New York City Parks Department. Like many nonprofits and our city partners, over the last 2 years, RIPA's operating budget has taken an enormous hit. During this time, the park has seen record-breaking public use, averaging a continued increase of 70% more visitors over pre-pandemic numbers. Parks are a crucial and critical infrastructure and essential to our public health and public safety, and continue to be viewed as a respite for all New Yorkers. Though we continue to see an increase in park usage across all of the boroughs, we have not seen a budget sufficient to accommodate this clear and critical public need for the city's available parks and open spaces. New York City Parks is chronically underfunded and understaffed, and we are at a tipping point again with cuts to the budget already this fiscal year and a preliminary budget that cuts New York City Parks by $60 million. Such cuts would mean a loss of essential parks employees, including PEP officers, city park workers, and gardeners, to name a few, and this is a loss that we cannot afford to have. These staff are crucial as we work together to ensure that our parks offer a clean and safe respite for all New Yorkers. It is imperative that New York City Parks receives 1% of the city budget. When looking at the city's budget, one should see evidence that parks are valued, not that they are an afterthought with less than 1% devoted to a resource that brings joy and promotes mental health. The last few years has clearly highlighted the critical role played by our public parks, and New Yorkers deserve a park system that is safe, clean, and equitable. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kay Webster, followed by Aaron Sanders.
Your time will begin.
Hello, my name is Kay Webster, and I'm the current president of the Sarah Roosevelt Park Community Coalition that began in the early 80s. We are a Manhattan Park. I want to thank the chair and Playfair Coalition in particular. We are unpaid volunteers and nonprofit organizations. We do a lot with a little. In 1977, I moved across the street from this park. You couldn't walk in it without being threatened. Pimps, drug dealers, gangs fought for turf here, and a child was murdered in one of the abandoned park houses. The park was taken back by a diverse group who risked their lives and devoted decades to turn it around. The Mafinda Kalunga Community Garden and the Waimea Bird Sanctuary survived from that time. Now, egregious murders are again happening inside our park or a few steps from it. Most recently, the brutal killings of a 51-year-old father and of a young woman, of homeless men in the park and nearby. Added to those deaths, a homeless man who died of exposure, numerous stabbings, and the brutal beating of an elderly woman. Years ago, I held the head of a teenager as he died of a stab wound here. We know this gets worse when a community no longer feels safe in a park, that people will only come back when we have established anchors of safety and positive use here. We temporarily need our police and PEP deployed, but they agree they are not a permanent solution. The 1 out of 4 of our park houses are open to the public. That one building serves mostly Asian elders as a low-income nutrition hub. It has waited 7 years and counting for renovations that are fully funded. The other 3 buildings serve either all of Manhattan or all 5 boroughs. We need our park houses returned to local community use, run by local nonprofits who know this neighborhood. A second park house was promised for 40 years. Funding was found for the move up. Still no date. The recently funded bathrooms not open. We need to secure the 1% of the city budget for parks, a streamlined capital construction and repair process, a city that respects its armies of workers and volunteers and no longer tolerates conditions like in a park like mine. The park equity preserves the life of neighborhoods, and sometimes it literally preserves lives. I just want to thank the chair, Krishnan, who said it's been for a long time a long-standing issue of systemic inequity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Aaron Sanders, followed by Patricia Wood.
Your time will begin.
It appears that Aaron Sanders is no longer on the webinar, so we will move on to Patricia Wood, followed by Adil Ahmed. Oh, pardon me. Mr. Sanders has signed back on, so we will go back to him, followed by Patricia Wood. So, Mr. Sanders, you can begin when ready. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Aaron Sanders, and I'm the Associate Director of Advocacy and Policy at the Natural Areas Conservancy. Thank you, Chair Krishnan and members of the Parks and Recreation Committee for the opportunity to provide testimony about the proposed fiscal year 23 budget. The Natural Areas Conservancy is a nonprofit organization that was formed in 2012 with the goal of increasing capacity of New York City parks, its partners, and to restore and manage the 10,000 acres of forests and wetlands under the agency's jurisdiction. New York City urban forest provides a multitude of benefits. They mitigate extreme heat, improve air quality, support biodiversity, and increase property values. A signature project of our organization was publishing the Forest Management Framework for New York City, which we released in partnership with New York City Parks in spring of 2018. This plan includes an ecological and social metrics for the care of the city's natural areas and forests, and calls for an investment of over $385 million to manage them over the next 25 years. As a leading member of the Forest for All Coalition, the Natural Area Conservancy is a supporter of the Urban Forest Agenda. I would like to highlight a key focal area of this agenda, and that is the 30 by 35 goal that Emily mentioned earlier. This initiative will promote and foster support for a citywide benchmark of achieving a 30% tree canopy cover by 2035. Many communities of color have very low tree canopy, which can increase the heat island effect and have other negative diminishing effects, and ultimately lead to a lowering quality of life for New York residents. Finally, as a member of the Play Fair Coalition, I would like to call attention to the need for 1% baseline funding for New York City parks. New York City parks cover over 15% of New York City's landmass, but the New York City Parks budget is just 0.5% of the total budget. In closing, we support the adoption of the Forest Management Framework, the Urban Forest Agenda, and 1% for parks. And we strongly encourage the committee and the mayor to support these initiatives as well. Thank you again for your leadership and for the opportunity to express our support for New York City's urban forests, and I will submit more robust testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'll turn it back to Chair Krishnan.
Just want to say thank you to Aaron and the Nature Conservancy too for all your work around the issue of the tree canopy too, and the goal of 30 by 35, which we need to hit as well. It's very much an equity issue and something clearly impacted by this budget too. So thank you all for your great work.
Thank you, Chair. Next, our next speaker is Patricia Wood, followed by Adil Ahmed.
So
thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity to address this committee. I'm the Executive Director of Grassroots Environmental Education, which is a New York State nonprofit working in New York City and around the state. We have created many EPA and DEC award-winning programs to manage turf and landscapes in parks without chemical inputs. Our special interest in the New York City parks comes from our key involvement with the New York State law that bans pesticides at schools, and that's K through 12, public, private, parochial, and daycare centers as well. But unfortunately, this law did not include New York City's children who do not have school grounds and who use the New York City parks for their athletic endeavors and recreating. New York City's kids already have a higher body burden from environmental toxins just by living in an urban setting. And so it's even more important that we all strive to lessen their toxic exposures. This is especially true for children living in at-risk communities across the 5 boroughs. So this brings me to the unanimous passage of Intro 1524 on Earth Day last year, which enhances Local Law 37, which bans chemical pesticides use on park properties. We join with other groups across the city to help make this happen, and we are now anxious to use our collective expertise to ensure the success of this important transition. And to this end, we have actually secured a grant to work with the New York City Parks Department to offer the services of a nationally recognized consultant who has worked with the National Park Service to manage the transition away from toxic chemical pesticides at the National Mall in Washington, D.C., and other historic parks across the country. He was also part of the New York State DEC training program when the state passed the law prohibiting pesticides on school grounds. The optimal way to take advantage of this opportunity is to coordinate with our coalition and identify 4 to 5 demonstration sites where the most effective hands-on learning can take place. The new law prohibits turf management programs that are centered on synthetic product approach that often uses highly water-soluble fertilizers and pesticide control products. It is important to acknowledge that in addition to having adverse effects on human health and the environment, pesticides by definition kill, repel, or mitigate pests, and they do not grow healthy grass. A non-chemical organic landscaping program is not a product substitution program, although there are many cost-competitive approved products that can be used in combination with this natural approach. There's a misconception that a natural approach costs more to implement, but that is not true. And in fact, the cost over time goes down significantly. This new law that will go into effect this fall fits well into the city's transition to a healthy environment, away from fossil fuels, which are feedstock for pesticides, and towards more sustainable practices. It is our hope that the Parks Department will take advantage of this opportunity to collaborate with outside experts at no cost to the city. And I just want to thank that Chairman Krishnan and Commissioner Donahue for considering this very seriously, because we do have this funding and we would very much like to work in cooperation and coordination with the Parks Department on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Adil Ahmed, followed by Lonnie Portis, and followed by our last registered speaker, Natasha Siddhartha.
Time will begin.
Good afternoon, members of the Parks Committee and the Parks Department. My name is Adil Ahmed. I'm the community organizer for the Black Institute. Our organization produced the Poison Parks Report, which highlighted the use of pesticides within the New York City park system. What the report clearly showed was that there was environmental racism going on within the New York City parks. Most of these carcinogenic pesticides like glyphosate that were being sprayed were being done in Black and brown neighborhoods. After telling it like it is and getting people together alongside the Eco-Friendly Parks for All Coalition, Introduction 1524, prohibiting the use of toxic chemicals within the parks, was passed unanimously last Earth Day. Starting next month, it will officially be 1-year anniversary for the passing of the law, and now is a time for great urgency. We're really concerned about the lives of people getting affected by these toxic chemicals, especially Black and brown people who are at the forefront of dealing with most of the pesticide use done. Our organization, alongside the Eco-Friendly Parks for All Coalition, want a collaborative relationship with the Parks Department in working to have this law implemented. We have nationally renowned experts like Patty just talked about, such as Chip Osborne, who are ready to give the Parks Department free training on organic land management so that the parks workers in the Parks Department can save a lot of money while working on this. So all we're asking is that, look, we have training, we're ready to give it, and we're ready to have a collaborative relationship to work on this. I'm assuming that this is something that the Parks Department will be considering. And if they're not, please definitely work with us on having this done. And also, you know, this is up to the Parks Department in answering this question to the public. If not, this is definitely something that the Parks Department can consider reaching out to us and Councilman Krishnan's office as well. What are the specific steps that the Parks Department is taking in the implementation of this law budgetarily too, you know, in terms of phasing away from pesticides, what are the costs that you are doing in phasing away from the pesticides? If you're looking at non-pesticides alternatives, what are the costs that you are supplying to go to these non-pesticides alternatives in your budget? So just for something new to consider, and I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I turn it back to Chair Krishnan.
Thanks so much for your testimony. And obviously the use of pesticides in parks is very concerning. One question I just had was, if you could just elaborate a bit more when we talk about pesticides as an environmental justice issue and a racial justice issue. How is that the case? What are the disparities that we're seeing when it comes to usage of pesticide?
Thank you. Sorry, I was muted. I love that question that you just asked, Chairman Krishnan. The reason why it goes hand to hand is because a lot of the negatives that we're seeing within the environmental justice movement, whether it's pollutions, right, whether it's just by air, by spraying of chemicals, etc., it is mostly done in Black and brown working class neighborhoods. That is a fact. A lot of these storage facilities that are known to house chemicals are near working class neighborhoods, Black and brown neighborhoods. That is also a fact. Our Poison Parks report, which was sent to all of the council people actually, around the time where this bill became law, was being voted to become law, the report clearly showed that most of the sprayings that are being done were in Black and brown neighborhoods, ranging from Harlem to Bronx to Brooklyn and Queens, all around. And the truth is, the wealthier white majority neighborhoods did not face as much of these sprayings. Actually, they have organic land management going on. In parks like Brooklyn Bridge Park or Battery Park, they're already following suit with organic land management, So something that I would urge the Parks Department and the Conservancies, if they're on this call as well, is to definitely look into considering working with our coalition and the experts that we have, where, we will give the training on what needs to be done to go to methods that do not include pesticides. And I need to urge this again, that the training that we're providing, today is the meeting on the budget. We would be saving the Parks Department a lot of money. And this is a training that's free, free of charge. Something that the Parks Department should definitely consider working with us on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lonnie Portis, followed by Natasha Siddhartha.
Time will begin.
Thank you, Committee Chair Krishnan and the Committee on Parks and Recreation for the opportunity to testify on the need to fund projects on the East Harlem waterfront and overall increase the amount of funding NYC Department of Parks and Recreation has. We Act for Environmental Justice, an organization based in Harlem, has been fighting environmental racism at the city, state, and federal levels for more than 30 years. We recognize and fight to remedy the negative cumulative impacts of unjust policies that have plagued communities of colors for decades. I'm Lonnie Portis, the Environmental Policy and Advocacy Coordinator at We Act. I routinely analyze New York City policies and programs for equity and climate justice and support a group of community members mobilized around environmental issues in Northern Manhattan. It's well documented and known to many city agencies that East Harlem is vulnerable to flooding from extreme rain, sea level rise, and storm surge. Residents have been consistently vocal about flooding streets during strong rain. Large areas of the neighborhood sit directly in high-risk flood zones, according to the flood map from the Federal Emergency Management Agency. And the most at-risk areas have residents that are majority Black and Latinx and represent some of the poorest in New York City. East Harlem is one of the most underserved communities in New York City. For more than a decade, communities in East Harlem have been promised plans and funds to make the neighborhood more resistant to flooding. However, funding commitments and promises for repairs to the East Harlem waterfront failed to materialize. We Act has been tracking the progress of the work going on at the waterfront, and we were excited to hear an update recently from New York City Economic Development Corporation at the Community Board 11 meeting on the Harlem River Manhattan Greenway, the 107th Street Pier, and East River Esplanade project. However, we were concerned about the gap in the project from East 107th Street to East 114th Street, which you've been told has no funding. I urge this committee to ensure East Harlem is not let down again, and that revitalization of the East 107th to East 114th Street segment of the waterfront is properly funded. Also wanted to just note that parks and other green spaces are key environmental assets, and 21.6 million trees and parks that the Parks Department is responsible for remove more than 13,000 tons of pollution from the atmosphere and store 1 million tons of carbon each year. We need improved access to parks and green space, in particular low-income communities and communities of color who are disproportionately impacted by extreme heat and air pollution. We Act strongly supports the Million More Trees initiative, and the city needs to commit a minimum of 1% of the budget for Departments of Parks and Recreation to expand the urban tree canopy and increase access to parks and green space. Thank you again, Chairman Chrisman and the Committee on Parks and Recreation for allowing We Act to testify on such an important topic.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Natasha Siddhartha, followed by Sarah Evans and Ed Janoff.
Time will begin.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you for making space for my testimony. I'm Natasha Siddhartha. I'm the Community Stewardship and Operations Director at Gowanus Canal Conservancy based in Brooklyn. I oversee community stewardship and volunteer programs to steward local green spaces. But today I would like to focus specifically on the urban forest. We're here today to ask for full capital and expense funding for the urban forest. And we also support the request for 1% of the city budget to go to parks. I would like to underscore Emily Maxwell's testimony from the Nature Conservancy. Our urban forest provides essential ecosystem services. As she mentioned, this is becoming more important as our climate changes. Street trees clean and cool the air, reduce heat-related illness, as we've heard, is of especial concern in New York City. Trees also absorb stormwater before it pollutes our waterways, and this is especially critical in Gowanus in Brooklyn, where the canal receives 363 million gallons of combined sewer overflow per year. In Gowanus, we have 670 young trees, and in the past decade, they have filled a neighborhood-wide gap in the urban canopy. They provide a ton of benefits, including flood management, cooling, and shade, but they need adequate maintenance and protection in order to survive to maturity. And although our volunteers steward by watering and weeding and pruning and picking up litter, there is additional added maintenance that can't be done just by volunteers. And we need parks funding in order to do things like structural tree pruning and stump removal, sidewalk repair, invasive species control. And I echo almost everyone here that we need consistent, sufficient, and baseline funding for us to be able to provide critical services. And so thank you, Chairman Krishnan, City Council, committee members, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Sarah Evans, followed by Ed Janoff.
Your time will begin.
Thank you, Chair Krishnan and members of the New York City Council. I'm an assistant professor of environmental medicine and public health at Mount Sinai, where I study the impacts of the environment on health across the lifespan. My colleagues and I supported the passage of Intro 1524, which amended Local Law 37 to protect New York City residents from exposures to harmful pesticides. Today, I'm speaking on behalf of Eco-Friendly Parks for All to urge the City Council to ensure the full implementation of Local Law 37 and to make the council aware of services that we are offering to the Parks Department, which were described in detail by Patricia Wood and Adil Ahmed, to provide expert training in organic land management free of charge. Safe outdoor play and access to green spaces are a critical part of a child's health and development. Both Councilmember Menon and Lonnie Portis of We Act referred to both the lack of parks and child health inequities in East Harlem, something I'm intimately familiar with, as this is the neighborhood served by Mount Sinai. I want to add that not only are obesity and asthma correlated with the lack of access to green spaces, clean air, and physical activity, but these chronic conditions of childhood are also linked to pesticide exposures. So as we work towards initiatives to increase access to green spaces in East Harlem and other EJ communities, we must ensure that these spaces do not expose the children and families who use them to harmful chemicals. As many have highlighted today, access to safe, healthy parks is an environmental justice and a health equity issue. Like many pollutants, pesticide use disproportionately impacts communities of color who bear an increased burden of harmful exposures and associated health inequities. And as with children, the CDC finds that Black and Latinx individuals have higher levels of some pesticides in their bodies due to occupational exposures and practices and policies that place them at higher risk for chemical exposures. Eco-Friendly Parks for All's expert contractors can provide the Parks Department with the tools they need to properly maintain beautiful, functional parks without the use of chemicals. I want to highlight that the common practice of simply replacing one synthetic pesticide product for another does not ensure safety, particularly for children. And notably, numerous pesticide chemical classes, both active and inactive organic ingredients, are associated with adverse health effects. And just lastly, I want to end by saying that in addition to facilitating the implementation of Local Law 37, the free training program that we can offer supports the goal of mitigating climate change impacts by reducing the use of petroleum-based chemicals, eliminating emission of greenhouse gases, cultivating healthy balanced soil that sequesters carbon, and enhancing green spaces that provide a natural cooling effect. So I want to thank you for your consideration and for all that you are doing to ensure access to safe and healthy parks for all.
Thank you very much. And our next speaker, who is our last registered speaker for this hearing, is Ed Janoff.
The time will begin.
Thank you, Chair Krishnan and members of the City Council. My name is Ed Janoff, and I'm the Deputy Director of Union Square Partnership, which is the business improvement district in Union Square, and we also provide supplemental services to take care of Union Square Park, which is, of course, the backbone public space of our neighborhood, and New York's Town Square, a site of free expression with demonstrations, performances, civic events, the city's largest farmers market, and a green oasis on the interior. 3 times in the past couple of years, the park water supply had to be shut down due to pipes breaking, and last spring, we almost lost all the plants and shrubs in the park because the irrigation system had to be shut off. Also, a seating area on the west side of the park next to the dog run has been closed because a sinkhole formed, which is believed to be related to broken drain pipes. And so all of these issues occur on top of what is the city's 4th busiest subway station. So we're aware that the council previously made an out-year commitment in the amount of $4 million in capital funding in the FY23 budget to partially fund an estimated $8.5 million of required repairs to the park's plumbing and drainage systems. So today we're asking the council and the city to fulfill that $4 million commitment and really the full $8 million requested by the Parks Department to complete this project, just so we avert a disaster before it happens. We look forward to the council support and working with the Parks Commissioner's new Commissioner, Sue Donahue, on this effort. And with the last 40 seconds, I'll say we also strongly support the Play Fair campaign and the coalition of partners who are advocating for restoration of funding for the Parks Department. Thank you, and please enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much. And at this point, I will return it to Chair Krishnan to offer any closing remarks and adjourn the hearing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you to the Parks Department and everyone who took the time to testify today and offer such important testimony about the crucial issues facing our parks. Thank you again to Commissioner Sue Donahue for the testimony earlier today and for answering all our questions as well in a very comprehensive way. It is clear from today's testimony is that parks are really our everything, and that investing in our parks is an investment in our residents and our city's recovery. We also hear today very clearly how, whether it's from issues of equity, to climate justice, to racial justice, to our tree canopy, to our workers, making sure that we have $1 billion or 1% for parks is essential. In fact, as Delcy had said too, from the very beginning, it is from DC 37, it is not just essential, it is the start of a conversation to do far more to address parks inequities in our city. I look forward to continuing to work with everyone to ensure the city's public parks and robust parks programming have the funding they need in this budget and all future budgets. I look forward to working with the Parks Department, Commissioner Donahue, and the administration in City Hall to ensure that we get the funding of 1% or $1 billion for parks, which from every standpoint is necessary to make sure that all of our communities' parks across our city have the resources and services they need so that everyone has a place to restore, to recover. Thank you again to all on the council side, Monica, Chima, John, Chris, Patrick, and to my own council staff too, for all of their hard work for this hearing. None of it would have been possible without their support every step of the way and through the hearing as well. And with that, this hearing is concluded and we adjourn. Thank you all very much.